Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Day 29. We are almost at a month. A month of the new account. Today we are gonna try a couple more of these patron variants. And then we're gonna be prepping the champion guide for Anson and prepping the event guide for Winter Shield. That is on the schedule for today. I think we did. Yeah, we did those for all of them. Let's do Mertz. We did Mertz Alien Allies. Hi. Keep your friends close. That's going to be the next one. Once again, 9 champions. EO7 influence. We want to see EO7 influence or higher from now on when we do stuff. Otherwise, it's not super helpful to our progress. Basically. Did I not? Nope. I never saved something here. Okay, pause for the cause. This is going to be like this. This is like this. That's there. Need somebody to love. No. I go there. We want like a. Oh, we'd probably want like a Bobby. That's what we want. So we'll put Bobby up here. Okay. Now we're good. Music. Music for the maestro, please. Hello, Delcoon. Went to the dentist for my follow-up today, and they took out my sutures. I was super paranoid that they were going to be like, oh, you did not take care of this. But they were like, no, everything's great. Hey. Go back to, life is normal, just down one tooth. Okay. Okay. So I took myself out and I got myself a burrito. You better believe it. You better believe I rewarded myself with an extra burrito this week. Because I was a good boy. Why am I down with 2? Oh, you not know this? Maybe you were gone over the holidays. What day was it? The Friday before Christmas, the 19th. I canceled my stream because I woke up, I went to chew on something and I fractured a tooth. And I fractured a tooth. It was a chewable gummy. It was literally the tooth it was a tooth that had a crown on it, and I'd never understood this, and no one had ever told me this, but crowns aren't necessarily permanent. And the tooth had decayed under it, and it just broke off, and I had to go in, and then they had to the Tuesday after that. So, the Tuesday before Christmas, just a couple days before Christmas, my Christmas present was getting oral surgery, having the rest of the tooth removed, what do they call it? Not a graft, but like basically they put in something up on my jawbone to prep for potentially getting an implant in the future, because they said that's the best route to go. But there's a term for what they did, and I don't know what it is. But yeah, that was a whole big thing, and so today I got my sutures out, and everything's healthy. So yeah. Hey, Dance Over. Hey, Sonata. Hey, Bioshikira. Of course, it's not permanent. They have to get you in twice with him. Well, I have a lot of crowns in my mouth. I've had lots of dental issues over the years. At no point did any of my dentists ever say, just so you know, this is going to last probably this many years. Like, you can expect to get this many years out of it, and then something might happen. That was never a thing. But this dentist was like, he was looking at it and he was like, wow. It's like, how long have you had this? And he's like, oh, you know what? It doesn't matter. This lasted longer than it ever should have. Like, and I was like, oh, which made me feel like, oh, that was not the right solution at the time for that tooth. Bone graft. That's it, Nathalis. Thank you. The bone graft. They're like, that was not the right solution for that tooth. It should have probably always been pull it all the way out and then get an implant. But that was not something that was ever presented to me as an option. So yeah, this time this dentist was like, well, I mean, straight in, no things. Yeah, this comes out. That's got to be an implant. This other one in the back's got to come out, and that one, honestly, you don't even need an implant there. You can just do without that tooth. You know, he was very straightforward, very honest. Wasn't like, you know, yeah, we want to save this. Like, you know, it's like, okay. But there's a lot of work. I have the projection, the bill projection over here to remind me. I got to find more work because the total bill projection, if to have everything that they want to do to my mouth done, is about $8,000 after my insurance. So, you know, so I got to find a full-time job that pays well. Even with dental insurance, it's not going to matter. It's I need to make way more money. So no, excuse me, what? Yeah. You can a face or a job? No, just teeth work done. Teeth work done. Yeah. Because like an implant is like a couple grand for the implant, and then you have to pay for the crown that goes on top of the implant. That's an extra. That's extra. It's a 3-step process. 1, remove the tooth and get a bone graft potentially. 2, get the implant put in. 3, get a crown on it. Every part of that process is a payment. But that's just but I have, you know, there's another tooth that has to come out. I've got apparently like these 4 are all crowns, like on the top. And one of them has a problem, and apparently they're like, that probably needs a whole new root canal, so that crown has to come off. You need to re-root canal that tooth, and then a new crown has to go on it. And I'm like, I really didn't want the same thing done twice, thanks, but here we are. Yeah. And then you know, and then I've got some cavities that need to be dealt with. That's the easier stuff, right? Okay, what are we doing? We got ad break. I'm going to grab my code and any other codes. Mars stream today. Awesome. I didn't get to see it because I was at the dentist. It wasn't long. I mean, they honestly, as I was pulling out of my driveway, they called and they were like, we know your appointment isn't for like until whatever. And they're like, but we finished early, and if you want to come in, we can fit you in. And I'm like, I'm on my way there, but I'm not close to you. I'll get there when I get there. I got there about 20 minutes early, and I walked out before my appointment was even supposed to be. It was even supposed to happen. So that was kind of neat. Dupe Epic. Our first Dupe Epic. I'm gonna take it. We got root beer for that. That feels good. That actually feels real good. Because look, a Dupe Epic is 24 item levels, so that's a significant boost. I mean, sure, it's an evergreen, you know, whatever, but But first dupe epic, like now we can get dupe epics, and now they're gonna start gaining item level faster. Now those core and evergreen champions are gonna start really getting lots of item levels because everything's a dupe now. And high level dupes, because low level dupes, +1 here, +2, yeah, like they got what, 3 or 4? Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 dupes only gave 6 item levels, but if it had been an epic, that would have been 24. Oh, almost 5,000 gems. Oh. We're full epic on core and evergreens. We're blue or better on all of our event champions. This is why we now have event epics, 194 needed. So many. I can start saving. Oh, so this button is now available. Chest contents. We didn't even talk about this yesterday. This is now the best way, in my opinion, to spend your gems on chests. You would get 20. You click 1. We would get. They just straight give you the product. You get 4,237 event tokens, 25 tiny blacksmithing contracts, which is, efficient. Like there's no more RNG. You just straight up, here's every time you buy one of these, you're getting straight up 1 item level per chest. 555 potion reagents, so it just puts it right into the reagents, and you can just make whatever you want. 318 evergreen, like core and evergreen item levels. They bundle that together now, which is silly, but whatever. Distributed randomly across them, and then a guaranteed feat. But you have to, it's 12,500 gems for every 12,500 gems. So at this point, we're just saving up to 12,500. But this also means, now is a good time to start saving for a couple more familiars. We have some inexpensive familiars. Wrong one. We have a 30,000 and a 50,000. I think these are, because otherwise 50,000 gem feats, right, for speed feats. So we can get this easily. We can get this easily, or I can get the speed feats first, kind of whichever direction I want to take it. If I get the feats first, it makes it easier to earn these. If I get these first, I can run potentially some background stuff. We got background stuff, but it's not fast at the moment. But no more buying gems from no more buying chests from the shop with gems, because now if I want chest contents, I want to just straight up save up 12.5 and get the contents. But I think now is the time we're gonna start chasing the 50k gem feats. I think that's a good idea. Feels right. All right, let me catch up with chat. Risen Tooth is growing out sideways. All 4 of mine were coming in sideways in high school, and I got all 4 of them out at the same time. Yeah. Cost me $100. That was 20 years ago. I mean, I have some crowns that have been in there for a very long time, and it's just this was a very tiny tooth. It's one of the in-between teeth in the back, like not the big molars in the back, but then the little tiny ones in between. It was one of those. And so there wasn't a whole lot of tooth there for the crown in the first place. That's why he was shocked. It was like, this lasted longer than it ever should have. Like, it doesn't even matter when you got it, because it was clearly a temporary solution. It should have been an implant. But I have like molar crowns that have been there for a long time, and are having no issues apparently. No, not a molar. I mean, I have a crown on this molar in the back, but it has, that whole tooth needs to come back out. but it's because there isn't a tooth below it. Like the tooth below it got removed because it was just real bad. That way it fractured. And my dentist was like, at the time was like, eventually, like you're gonna want to get an like an implant down there or a denture or something, so that it has something to, well, otherwise you're gonna have issues. And now, or I've never been able to afford that, so now it's having it. Now it's just gonna have to come out. Well, that's fine. Like not like I'm missing the ability to chew back there or anything. Hey, Xenobite. Did I say that yet? Hello. Well, it's not just for that one thing. I want to be expensive. I want to be clear. It is expensive. Hold this like a mile away. So, extraction. Well, it would have been $8 grand for everything, including the extraction and graft I just had. So that comes off. So now we're talking like $7,500, but who knows how the prices may have changed now that it's a new year and a new healthcare year. Like, who knows? Because all the healthcare has changed, right? But there's like a root canal and a crown, a couple fillings, implant crown, and then general overall like cleanings and hygiene kind of stuff costs and follow-up costs, like all of that together, above and beyond. Because like, I don't know the way it works in other countries, but the dental insurance basically is high. We will cover up to X amount of money towards your dental hygiene every year. And it's like, $1 grand or $1,500. Like basic insurance, it's like, hi, we're going to cover $1,000 worth of your healthcare every year, like your dental healthcare. And for like, if all you're going in is routine checkups and stuff, it covers all that. You don't pay anything. Second you start having to have stuff done, like, fillings, root canals, all that kind of stuff, like it's going to cap out, and then everything is over, right? Until the year rolls over. So, I just had a bunch done and still had to pay some cash out, which means I used up my full amount and then paid over. So this year I should have now, I can't remember. I have to check my dental. I can't remember. I think I switched. I'm going to have to double check. I can't remember if I switched from the $1,000 a year payout to the $1,500 one or not. It made financial assist do it. Now I don't know if I did it or not, because my health insurance went skyrocketing, and so I wasn't sure if I switched or not. But so now I either have, like, let's just say I have $1 grand now. So let's say there's $7,500 left. Well, that might actually be $6,500 because now I have the amount that's covered back, but it's still more money than I have, right? Still more money than I have. We're up to 3 time gate pieces already. So we got our double drop, because we had one yesterday after we ran the time gate. So we got our natural drop, which is 2, which is good to know. We'll do this tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't understand all the rules for dental stuff. All I know is that every time I have a serious issue, it's like, there goes $5 grand. Honestly, that's the way it's always kind of worked. It's like, oh, suddenly, I hope you got $5 grand in your savings because you're about to spend it. I have bad teeth. I have, my parents had bad teeth. I inherited both their bad teeth genetics, but also their bad behavior of not taking care of their teeth properly, right? And then you add anxiety on top of that about any kind of healthcare situation, but especially dentists, because I don't like pain at all. And then it makes it even harder, right? Last night I tried out, I think Lurking Rider was the one who gifted me Cast and Chill, which was kind of billed as like an idle fishing game, but it's a cozy idle and active fishing game. I don't know where the idle part comes in so far. Kind of like Idle Champions, like there's no idle yet. It's an interesting little loop. It may get played a little bit on stream at some point. It definitely isn't. It definitely is not even anywhere remotely realistic in terms of fishing. It is definitely just video game. It is a, you know, a very specific kind of video game fishing that is not, you know, that's not how fishing works. I almost said that out loud last night, but it was like, okay, but this is how they're doing their game, so whatever. But it's got an interesting little upgrade loop, and like, you know, man, I don't know in what world you catch fish and then sell it for money, like as just a random person, everyday person. Like, oh man. But in this game, that's what they got you doing. Wow, we do not have the oh, there it goes. Okay, it's like we don't have the damage for this. But you know, you go out, you catch, you grab, like you start off with like a base for 3 fish in your boat. You catch it, you take it back to the dock, you sell it to the person at the store at the dock for money, and then you spend that money on like new fishing equipment. Like you can get new lures, different lures catch different, or you know, attract different types of fish. You can upgrade your rod, like your line strength. You can get new you know, stronger lines so that you can catch bigger fish, and then you can later even upgrade like the just overall strength of the rod as well. So you know, the idea being you're catching bigger and bigger fish. The bigger the fish is, the more it's worth at the dock. And then you start out with a boat, and you can upgrade I figured out real quickly that the best thing to do is to upgrade the storage space, you know, your alive well for the fish, so that you can carry more fish, because then you make more money every run, right? That was life here like 10 years ago? That sounds great. Yeah. I was never, like I enjoyed fishing, but I don't eat fish, so I was always catch and release. But you better believe if I could just go fishing every day and like casually fishing like this game implies that you can do, and I could, you know, make a living. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? And I think so far the best part of the game is that you get, not only you pick your outfit to start, but you also pick your companion, and they've got a bunch of different dogs that sit in the boat with you. And I was like, okay, this is my favorite part. Just the dog in the boat. And of course you can pet the dog. Like, okay, that was a good job. I don't fish anymore. Again, because I don't eat it, I find that I don't enjoy it anymore. Like, it's one thing, like my grandfather grew up in rural Oklahoma, hunting and fishing, to feed his family, right? To feed, I mean, when he was the kid, like to help put food on the table for, you know, not only his parents, but, you know, brothers, sisters, cousins, whoever, right? And so growing up, like that side of my family, hunt and fish, and everything gets eaten. I didn't eat it. I just never, I don't know. Like I've had like rabbit jerky, I've had venison. I don't like fish. definitely don't like freshwater fish. I barely like saltwater fish, and that's only as nigiri, right? But yeah, I mean, and I don't know. We lived in Oregon for a while at a fishing marina. It was, and the river we're on is salmon, right? Salmon fishing is a big deal, and people will, they can make money off their salmon, right? They can catch a bunch of salmon, you take it to the cannery, and you can basically trade like, okay, they'll say, all right, well, we'll give you this much canned salmon for this, like for that fish, and then you can take the canned salmon home. That's usually what people do, which is kind of like money, because then you could go sell your canned salmon, right? It's not the one that you caught, but it's fresh salmon, like literally fresh salmon. Some people take it, and cut it themselves, but usually the salmon's huge, and they just take it and get it canned. Yeah, I just kind of fell out of fishing. Just not a thing. Like, I think the last time I did it was my grandpa and my uncle on like a fishing trip. But I had like my, I don't know. I think it's one of those, you catch the best fish you're ever going to catch in your life moments. And once it happens, you're like, I'm good now. Right? Like I had that moment on this tiny little lake in Washington with the best, like, largemouth bass catch that I will ever have. The best story that I'll ever have. Caught it, released it, went on about my day, and never really had a big urge to go fishing after that. Like, I was like, well, I'm good. I did the thing. Tuna fishing. I've never gone offshore fishing. Like deep sea fishing. I've never done that. Hey, Bravo Marco. Did I hail hydrate or just drink root beer? Elanders, is there a quick way to see who spawns favored foes and who doesn't? Yeah, it's the hunter tag. It's the hunter tag. Boom. Those are hunters. They will spawn favored foes of some kind. It doesn't tell you what kind, but... But that's the hunter role. That's the favored foe role. Hey, Lucky Rider. And hello, Iliandris. Hey, Star Chaser. Well, no, deep sea fishing, like just the big heavy rods and a ship, and it's for something that's going to take a while to bring in, that kind of deep sea fishing. Not like spear fishing to me is like diving, is like you're going to go snorkeling and spear fishing. Is that not? I mean, I guess you could. I don't know. I worked at a fisherman's marine and outdoor store for a while, and so to me, there's like very specific. Like you can go fly fishing is a whole other experience. I've never gone fly fishing. I've fished for like normal lake kind of stuff. So bass, which I enjoyed. I like the challenge and strategy of bass fishing. Perch, right? I don't really care. Sunfish / perch, whatever you want to call them. Crappie, I hate it. I hate crappie fishing. It's just a lot of sitting and doing absolutely nothing, and I can't stand it. Maybe nowadays if I had like a video game to play while I was waiting for something, but no. Trout fishing, sure. That was, similar to bass fishing. Lake wise. Catfishing I was never really, again, it's like, kind of like sitting and waiting. Yeah, those were the main ones. I've never really fished for anything else. But all of those are basically the same. Your same kind of rod, same kind of equipment. Maybe different lures, but you got the same kind of idea. Right? Whereas like fly fishing is a whole other, like that's a whole other thing. Deep sea fishing, whole other thing. Spearfishing, a whole other thing, right? People would go frog gigging on the lakes where I was at, but I don't do that. Oh, and then there's noodling. Raise your hands if you know what noodling is. That's a whole other kind of fishing that I don't want anything to do with ever. Ever. The nurse doesn't spawn anyone. Oh. Okay. Well, they're going to have favored foes. Whether they spawn or not, that might be different. Yeah, you're true. That is true. I don't think Venursa spawns, but a lot of the others, if they have a favored foe, usually they're spawning one. So on legendaries, if I got it well, anytime I'm having more favor in my current adventure than I have stored and then I have the skills, it's time to upgrade. No, yesterday we did what's called a forge run, Ethel, where it's basically you're doing a deep favor run, but at the end you stop and you level up your legendaries during that run, but only for that campaign. Like, so we were in Tiamat, we were in Avernus. So I did a deep run in Avernus, and at the end I stopped and then I upgraded all of these, and then I completed the adventure. And that way, even though I had spent down, that way I had all my favor right back anyway, because I just earned it in that run. So you don't just want to go randomly spending off your favor, because then you lose your pushing power, right? Because that's gold find. So you do it at the end of a deep favor run, and that turns it into what we call a forge run. But it's not about excess. It's about you just do the run and you're fine. I did catfishing. That was crazy. How the hell do people... I mean, it's like catfishing is like a lot of waiting around, right? With very stinky bait, and I've only really did it once, and I caught a lot of catfish. But yeah, again, I don't eat them. I caught them and my family ate them. But noodling is a whole other... Ooh, Private Marco, 20 steps across the quad. Nice. You did noodling, okay. Shot myself. Yeah, I can't. There's no way. There's no way. My friend told me, put your arm in there and you'll get it. Yes, that's... I mean, come on, folks. If you don't, so if you've never heard of noodling, noodling is literally going to like river banks or the banks of, you know, any kind of body of water where like a big catfish might have backed itself into the bank and is just kind of eating whatever comes close, and they'll get real big that way because they don't expend any energy, and you know. And what you do is you feel around for the hole with your bare hand, like bare all the way up to your shoulder, and then you slowly put your hand into the hole because the catfish is just sitting there with its mouth open. And you put it in, and then you in my understanding, what I was told is then you tickle the inside of the throat, and the catfish bites down because it thinks it's got food, and then you pull it out with your arm strength. Folks, catfish, they have like teeth. This is not. That's how it stays hold onto your arm. Like, it's what the hell? No. You're letting them bite down on your arm and then pulling them out and like biting them onto the bank. And yeah, I mean, you're talking big catfish, like multiple feet long catfish. No, thank you. Absolutely not. Idiot control someday. 35 steps across the quad. Yeah. I don't understand. I guess I'm thinking I was losing it. I would too. Because you don't know how big that catfish is. I mean, you kind of tell by the size of the hole, but not always. Sometimes they back themselves in when they're smaller, and then they're just there a while, and they just kind of get bigger. And yeah. Logan Rider says, play South by Midnight if you want to know how big catfish can get. Okay, maybe not that big, but still. Oh no, you're not wrong. I know they represent that as, I mean, it's trying to be this you know, megalithically large catfish, but I grew up on a lake with a dam, with a deep water dam, and I've heard stories. These weren't like trying to scare kids. This was like literal stories of the divers that have to go down and make sure, you know, underwater and check the dam. You know, on the lake side to make sure it's all good. And they're like, scariest job I've ever had in my life. Like, I hate it every time I have to do it because there are fish the size of cars down there. They're huge. They just sit. They just sit all day, and the water moving through the dam brings the food to them, and they just swallow it and get huge. And yeah, there's my friend's dad, one of my friend, a kid I grew up with. I won't say friend because I ended up putting him in the hospital once, or getting him stitches once. Friends, but you know, you grew up in the same place. You got to hang out. You don't like it sometimes. His dad was all about fishing, and like, you know, they had a meat freezer, hunting and fishing to feed their family all year round. And they had a Jeep, and one day, no lie, Jeep pulled in, and my friend's like, "You gotta come down here and see this spoonbill that we caught." Oh god, I need to pull up a picture of a spoonbill. Somebody go Google spoonbill, and somebody that's a VIP and link a picture of a spoonbill in chat. And no lie, they hooked it through the front of the bill and hooked it through the meat right in front of the tail, and it was hanging on the side of the Jeep, from the front to the back of the Jeep, and the Jeep tilted over. Huge. They ate that for a very, very long time. Yeah. No, that's the bird. That's the bird, Lurking Rider. Thanks for trying. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I got a picture. I got a picture here. There. That's a spoonbill. Only that's maybe a average size one. Again, this one went from the front of a Jeep, of the two-door Jeeps, to the back of the Jeep. And weighed down. It wasn't a straight line. It was long. I'd never seen a fish that big in my life, like outside of the ocean. It was a little terrifying. I was like, those are in our lake? What the hell? Yeah. I don't know, it probably could have been a record, but that guy didn't fish for records. Here's a bigger one. This one is still too small. That one is still too small. Yeah. I put a kid in the hospital. Well, I sent him to the hospital. He had to get stitches. But yeah, so I have no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind, like zero doubt, having grown up in Oklahoma on a big lake with a dam, that there are catfish the size of that one in South of Midnight. Like I actually believe that 100%. Like it's not. Yeah, I think that's highly credible. I think they're 100%. Will you ever catch one? No. And you better hope you never see one. Yeah. But yeah, any fish that can survive just by sitting in one place and not moving can get real big, because you're not expending any energy, right? Hey. Mathless, thank you for 4 months with Prime. Much appreciated. Okay, new guide. Who dis? We need an Anson guy. No, but if there are people here who haven't watched me make a guide before, we're about to do that. We're about to do that. And there's my template. Ugh, colds. Yeah, I don't know. Tell you what, the one thing that was good about wearing, that's the one thing good about wearing masks everywhere I go, basically. Except in the dentist office for obvious reasons. Is I don't remember like I have my allergies constantly, sure, but I haven't had a cold or the flu and since before the pandemic. Well, I think I had one. I might have gotten one cold during the pandemic and worried that I did get one. And immediately went to get tested and it wasn't COVID. I was like, but no, outside that, no, which is nice. Okay. All right, I'm going to put this up. This is my template. We're going to fill it in. Regarding Anson, Mars briefly talked about him near the end of the stream, provided the second biggest support buff and a fallback formation apparently during power testing. Let's see if it stays that way. Oh, we're like 100 areas off. Oof. I'll make this out of that. Let's get a buffing. Yeah, I can't bring strong hardens. This is going to be interesting. See how far this gets. Okay. Anson. Year 9? We're in 9. Right. Find and replace all. I only have to do that once. Male. I know, the human. Fire. Okay. Source, the fallbacks. Hold on, let me see how we do this somewhere else. Event champions. Where's Baldric? Yes, there we go. Fallback series of books by Jelly Johnson. Event name. Find and replace. Enter shield. And event month is January. I need to replace that one. I don't know why I did that like that. Blog post. Seat 1. Good with all that. Hey! And then who else? We'll see. Affiliation, the fallbacks. How do we list this off? Oh. We need to add people to that now. We're gonna have to go in and add lots of people to this. Handsome. Bald Rick. What does hair has to do with that? Cosrin. Two, three, four. Who am I missing? Cosrin. Tess. Wise. Why? Why is my brain not? Lark. Like there's someone else. Who is it? Oh, not it. No, okay. I'll have to add that to all the other guides. One second. Okay, sorry about that. I thought I heard somebody at the door, which was odd, and then I looked out and there was a package, and I was like, oh, okay. I wasn't expecting a package. It wasn't for me. All right. Tess was already on the list. Yeah. Okay. Aldrich. Okay. Tess was the first one we got, so. Okay. We'll update the others after we get Anson's guide posted. All right, Nethless. Get some rest. Oh, well, no, she's right here. She's already on the list. Like, so I was in affiliation. I had to fill in everybody else. Because Tess was the first one, I think. Baldric was the second. And then we got Kazrin, and then we got Lark. I think that's how it worked. Eligible for Mert, Vajra, Monster. Oh, for some reason. Till January 7th, 2029. Oh, how's it? Oh no, we stopped. We stopped pushing. Okay. Yorvin's a good idea. We need a lot of power. Got Miria now too. I don't know what kind of buff she's going to be throwing out though. We got E10 here. Plus whatever explosive. Yeah, plus an E7. Once we build up enemies. Well, we'll see how this goes. All right. Okay, but then Mert Bajra, Strahd with feet, Zariel with feet. So this is here 9. We are in 9, right? Yes. Yes, okay. Just feels wild to say that. All right. Species. Yes. Wait, no, that's not what they mean. Human, class, spider, alignment, neutral, good. Gender, male. Roles, supports, control. Nope, I'm off. That was where age was supposed to go. Age. Yes. Yes, he has one. Overwhelmed, 25. Okay. Strength, 16. Dex, 14. Con, 14. I mean, so he's got some good numbers there. Int, 11 wisdom. So, I mean, he meets a lot of like trials qualifications and other stuff, so that's not bad. 78, and he's a 78er. All right. All right. Okay. How about that? The ultimate. Stormcrab. he will have this because he's a tank. He does have a passive. It's Uggy. One, two, three, four, five, 6 abilities. What the hell? 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to add 2. Okay. It's a lot of abilities. Unbreakable Uggy. Combat traits. Right. We completed it. Nice. Got your achievement state? Nice. Nice. So 240 is at the upper bounds. That's what it sounds like. All right, Strahd. Keep your friends close. 931 EO7. Wow. We may end up with EO8 if we can complete it for Zerial. This one is already looking more difficult. Oh no. Oh no. Well, let me show them. Here's the formation. Forgot the notepad was up. We gotta go 750 areas. Good. Gonna be interesting. I kind of am doing this based off like a Kazran formation idea. Like a fallbacks. Kazran DPS, just Kazran isn't in yet. Alright. Only takes 5 to 6 hours on the last day at 240, so you have to be real quick. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Like when are you gonna be able to do it? Alright, spec choices. Go through and make notes about this stuff in a bit. Get the data in. And then we just have to verify tomorrow that, you know, if they didn't change anything. I like doing that. I like doing that. Hey, Mouse. Did it remotely while it worked? Nice. Okay. Close the thing. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Show me the money. Oh shit. Wow, they don't have a general one. Okay. Okay, so straight off the bat, increase the effect of Anson's XX ability. That's this, that's this. This is specializations. Whoa, that's not an A. Whoopsie. And this is increases. And that's this is the cooldown. Okay, and so this is unshakable. Okay. Hey, Nighthawk. It goes on when you start it, killers. Yeah, whatever you start it is your start time. Hey, Mangaloid. So Lurking Rider is that I dropped a video about a Vampire Survivors follow-up called Vampire Crawlers. So does it look like you're going to be able to play it? I can't. I mean, it looks. I saw 1 megabyte of RAM, so that tells me it should be fine. I mean, it's a Ponko game, right? It should be. I feel like it should be playable, right? I thought people here might like that. Okay, down here for default. 3 event tier reward. Only about 8K these. Oh Jesus. I think I told the story about like the first time I bought a 1 gigabyte hard drive. I was back when that was a big deal. And a 1 gigabyte hard drive cost me $200. Yeah. So, you know, Look, so I remember the days of. I mean, I remember buying a color printer. I think it was 720 DPI color printer, which was like, wow, like this is lifelike pictures. They weren't, but I mean, it felt like it. $500. $500 for 720 DPI color printer. Yeah. Okay, where's the... Okay, this is an event reward. This should be the Zerial perk. This is an event reward. And this is the Strahd perk. And get thee behind me. Jason Charles Miller right now. The times. Oh, I mean, yeah, if you could go back in time and buy a house, like the late 80s, somewhere in the 80s is prime pricing. After that, no thanks. Okay, this is going to be 50,000 gems, asterisk. Right hand. I feel like it should be right hand man. Otherwise, it's a little odd. Otherwise, I'm like, excuse me? Gale? Gale, is that you? Right hand. Oh. All right. We won't know if these are gem or chest feats until... Oh. This is, I can do this, all right, this is survivability. This is survivability. Situational. Because it could kill him. This is, affiliation. Okay. Okay. Champion adventure information. Find Winter Shield. Oh. This will stay open up here. All right. So let's go make some notes now that we're good over here. What's this? We'll level some champions up real quick. Okay. So. DPS. And good. Damage boost. Or what is it called? Well, I get confused. What is more from well, for when you're using Anson with a DPS other than mechanism, and you want to try to keep them alive. That being said, it's more about boss fights as it is a single target fight. Even more for it's for when you dance with people. It's like, yeah. This is a buff. Especially since they have ways to boost back. Feel like getting him to survive that long on his own. Okay. Turns his ultimate into even more of a horror button. More of an on-demand button. As well as one to grab you honor. This one. Here. Damage. Right. Should I just save extra excess patron currency once I have the single buy items? I mean, yeah. Until you know you're gonna be. So okay. Yeah. So yesterday we hit full epic on our core and evergreens, and at that point, like I'd been saving all. Oh, nice. I've been saving all my excess patron currency just to, in part to make sure that I could just easily get my time gate piece of my Modron chest every week, but then also so that I could buy, once I was full epic on the core and evergreens, I could buy patron chests to get, my event champions up to blue or better, because some of them still had greens, right? And so I did that, and I spent off some of my currency buying patron chests. And now, basically, all my excess currency, I really kind of want to spend it on patron chests. I'm going to look and see if anyone needs a potion of polish. But the only one-off purchase I made was the familiar, because the rest, to me, were low priority. The rest to me were low priority. Yeah. Overall, very low priority. So like the potion of polish here, let me go. Let's just review. Potion of polish here, potentially. And I say potentially because what I'm looking for is a speed champion that needs their item gilded. Outside of that, I don't know that I would use them currently. Like, I don't know that I would spend the currency on them at the moment. Anything else? No, nothing else there. Again, I already bought the familiars for all of these. No. No. Based off the things we're currently doing, no. At some point, the only thing that I might want at some point is if we chase Briv gem farming is to get to this. I don't have the influence for it yet though, so. But yeah, so potion of polish is really the only thing that I'm potentially interested in, and after that, everything would go. Other than outside that, everything would go into just the excess currency every week going to chests. And make sure I keep 7,500 stored for next week's, weekly purchases. But then then I'm having to make sure that I'm doing some patron at least chores every week, to keep the currency up for that. And when you're ready to just, really make mega spins on patron chests, go for it. Like, I mean, we're chasing. That's how we're going to get all those event epics up there, right? Patron chests, really. Hey, Onyx. Yeah, we're working on the new guide. So we're about to talk about him. I mean, I've kind of been going through and making some notes. To epic your evergreens, you buy gold chests with gems. Yes, that's all I'd been doing. And now that they're full epic, I don't even have to buy. I don't have to buy chests anymore. I can just straight up buy chest contents. Every 12,500 gems can get me chest contents. I'm saving them up. I think we're gonna go. I think we're gonna get some feeds. Yeah. To start buying patron chests at some point before my roster bloats. Yeah, Elianders, that's kind of what I was saying yesterday. Maybe you weren't here, but like, I'm almost, outside of events, like I don't necessarily want to just start. I've stopped. I haven't. There's no more evergreens I want to chase. Like I would like Crux, but we're not developed for that. Like Crux, Rin, and Windfall, obviously, but we're not developed enough for that on this account. I'm not going to chase Olcoria. I'm not going to chase Xeraphon. I'm not even going to bother unlocking them because I don't need that. Even just with the evergreens, I don't need to dilute that pool. I don't necessarily want to pick up event champions that I don't actively have a need for. I don't want to just start collecting champions at the moment. I want to build the speed team out perfectly. I want to build my pushing team out perfectly. And I want to build my goal find team out perfectly. And then I kind of want to not add anything to that while I try to get them gear, because that's a lot of epics, right? Remember, that's 10. That's basically, we run the penny timer. That's 10 gold chests per epic. So that's 1,940 patron chests. Each of those are 5,000. Oh God. Each of those are 5,000 patron currency. That's 9.7 million patron currency. Max. Right. So yeah, I don't really want to bloat my roster, and I don't recommend at that point. Like, you know, once you've got the first 4 patrons, you know, again, you're not racing to Elminster. Don't do that. Yeah. Do I have all the Evergreen? No, again, I just kind of covered that. Patron chests only give items for unlocked champions. Correct. Group chests, any kind of group chest, only gives you items for champions you have unlocked. So like regular gold chests are group chests. They drop items for core and evergreens, but you're not going to get gear for the evergreens you haven't unlocked yet, right? So all group chests behave that way. Once they're unlocked, they'll drop that gear. Until then, they don't. Where do I find where I can just pick the feats in a chest? So you open up your inventory, you click on Notary, chest contents. I mean, I don't know if this is what you're talking about. I'm gonna buy chests this way from now on because it guarantees me a feat every time. You can't just go buy a chest feat, but I can spell 12 and guarantee get one. It's just going to be random which one I get, right? But I'm going to be buying like 50k feats, you know, like the 50k gem feats for certain champions, for the speed champions. Okay. Okay, so we got this one down. This is yeah. Tanks. Armies ability. Okay. Spec choices. Reach good or fallbacks. Unaffiliated. Okay, so this goes back up here. So who he wants to work with. Good or unaffiliated. Alright, so that's the spec choice thing. Okay. We gotta make a table here. 100, 125, 200. Do I have one of those? I do. Look, it's the exact right table. This is why I make these tables and then I put them over here in this document, because now I'm done. Now I just replace this. Hero of Hearts. I don't have to do anything. Family. And now where's someone in there? So we're going to take these away. I'm just going to make one note for all the specializations. You're looking for the biggest buff based on how you built your formation. Mission for how many escorts are in the environment. Use the table below to compare the number given. Below the numbers given for your situation. Okay. Yeah, so like around 8. For 8 combination of fallbacks and escorts. So there's 5 fallbacks, and if you have 3 escorts. So when you're at 3 or more escorts, Never Surrender is guaranteed to be the biggest bang for your buck. Even if you have 10 in either of the others, right? Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think we're good. Again, Unbreakable Aggie is going to be a guaranteed one that you're going to want to guild if you're doing that's going to be a pre-stack for the affiliation. So if you're building a for fallbacks affiliation, Unbreakable Aggie slot 2 is going to be a pre-stack. we're kind of hoping that slot 3 or slot 4 is the other pre-stack. I really don't think it can be any of the others. Well, it can't be unshakable. That's not stackable. Combat Trance, they can't take you to 125 stacks potentially and have it be pre-stack. So yeah, I think slot 4, we're really hoping, crossing our fingers that slot 4 is pre-stack. I think we're done for now. Yeah. And Anson will be event champion 134. So champion guides to 150, and it'll take us up to 198 total guides. All right. Oh, I gotta build the event guide. I gotta prep the event guide too. Winter Shield. Dang it. Come on. Find, replace. Winter Shield, you're 9. 9! Do I have that? Do I have like last year's Winter Shield? I do, 2025. Let's do this. Okay. On days, it is January. So it'll be the January the 7th, 2026 through the 28th. Is that right? Gotta be. That's math. Yeah, okay. 2026. Don't have the blog post yet. We do have a new bonus here. I don't know what it is. Wish they'd give us values, but they don't do that anymore. I probably need to change this because the value freaking changes now constantly. Well, I shouldn't say it changes constantly. It just goes up, up, up because it's golden. No. All right, Delcoon, thanks for hanging out. Boon enhancements. Global damage based on the number of halflings and information. Okay, stacking up. That's and I don't know what the values are. But they keep going. Like, I don't know. I've got to change this at some point. Okay. Augment information. Golden Weeklies. Auto Blacksmith. My favorite. Challenge week. Not my favorite. Not my favorite. And boon enhancements. Okay. Right, and then we have more champions now, right? Because it's a new year. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Wait, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, Do we have 12 or 13? I think we have 13. Yes, 13 now. So I think I need one more down here. Okay. So this is year 9 champion. Hanson. Human fighter. There's seat 1. Year 1 champion? Aren't they? Pretty sure Binwin was numero uno. Yes, okay. Binwin bronze bottom. Seat 3. Binwin, let's go. Oh, I'm kind of just doing this off screen. I'm leaving the thing up, but I'm prepping the. Yeah. I'm just doing the event guide. Okay, so year 8 champion. Eric. Oh, where was the comma? I didn't put a comma. Eric the Cavalier. And that's seat 4. Okay, and then we do. Come on. Oh, good lord. Stop copy pasting the entire document. You're 7 champion. Here's. He's 12, right? Yeah. Okay. What level is it possible to solo trials up to? I have no idea. I would never want to find out, personally. So, hey, Dilettante, happy New Year. Yeah, I would never be interested in finding out. So it's not something that I would have ever tried to know. And I don't know if anybody. I don't know anybody that's tried, but not it. It's me, Emily. All right. Well, and there's Shion 2026. Okay. Oh, yeah. 5 champion. Viconia. Oh. All right. Wow. That was year 4? Okay. Year 4 champion. Bayloth Barrett. Bayloth Barrett all. No, that's a different skin. That's a different skin. Alright. Believe it or not, year 3 champion, Artemis Centrari. He was not. He has not been around forever. It took him a while. It took him a while to get in the game. And then it took him a while to get good. Get good, Artemis. He was not originally. Year 2 champion, Neris. He's 12 as well. Right? Year 1 champion, Barrowin Under. I believe she's 10, if my memory serves. Yep. Okay. And then the refugees, the Fugees. At it again. Rust on the Harbor. And, Gosrick. Also year 5. Year And year 3 champion, Morgaine. Seat 9. Right. Jeez. Now, that would be a good rage bait post and video like for YouTube. Number 1, Artemis DPS and Idle Champions. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the rage that would happen in the Discord? It'd be bad. But yeah, a high-level soloing of Trials would require an incredible amount of power. I mean, you know, somebody could figure out the math for sure. You know, whoever has a formula, all you need is the formula for how to figure out like what you're kind of like we do for tier 1, like what DPS, what bud do you have to have minimum to complete tier 1, and then you have to do, and then you punch that in each day, and you just need to know how that changes every day, you know, every tier, and then you just have to chase that. Yeah. Alejandro asks, I want to update my goal find team, and I'm considering Eric and Rust. Do it. I wanted to time gate them, and the game wouldn't let me. Are they both just plug and play? Yes. They're just plug and play. Rust has like Rust's fever dream for his ultimate, but you don't. I mean, yeah, you could think about parking one of those. I know, you know, but you can just drop him in. He's gonna do the work. All right, so we that one wasn't bad. Let's keep our friends close for Zerial. See how that works. So far, we're doing okay. Knocking these out. I'm gonna knock you out. Lizard said knock you out. Oh no, we're back on the lizard trip. At least I am. I'm a lizard baby. Oh, we didn't do that one. I'm a lizard babies. Why don't you kill me? Good. Good one. Why didn't we do that one? I'm upset. I'm upset. That's a good one. Oh boy. Yeah, no, yeah, it was late for some people. No, I know. But that one's right there. I'm a lizard baby. Why don't you kill me? Yeah. Good one. Hey, weekly offers. Reset. Gold slash chest. Sure. Alright, we're gonna re-roll this one. That is interesting. We're gonna re-roll this one. We're just trying to see, can we get like a really cheap familiar? Ooh. Ooh, I'm gonna come over here now. We're still blue on that one. Now we're purples. Oh my god, that's Okay, I mean, that's actually a good feat for him, but... Carla? No, okay. I'll leave these feats here, because, well, maybe. Maybe. MC, real time, can we not beat 2,000 with almost same DPS as long as you have the item levels on the champion in the right sport? I mean, I think there's an argument now you can go to 2,500 with anyone, as long as you have the legendary power and the item levels, you know, with the right, on a team, right? But that's end game stuff, right? Level 20 is his end game. And even getting, even getting level 1,000 item levels on somebody is, I would argue that's late game, right? So, there's a lot that has to be done to get to that. But I don't know if you could just do it. I don't know if you could just do it with item levels. You got to have the legendaries. Okay, let's go look. What? Oh, hey, we got something. Oh, 10 strawberries. Nice. Let's go look at what we are able to perk up. How perky can out? Literally just added one. Yeah. Too few. All right, so yeah, we're not like even doing they're not giving us a whole lot. What we're getting more of is the currency. Like we're getting good currency. The influence isn't changing up for us much for us. I think we need to hit E8s and higher, but I don't know that we have the damage for that. So that's where we are really in our progress. It feels like. All right, hail hydrate. Hey Amoeba, it's going pretty good today. So I'm kind of in the end game for my Carlock has over 1,000 levels. After I opened 62 plat chests for them. Well, end game, late game power. But here's Carlock doesn't care about item levels that much. MC, thank you for 4 months with Prime. Much appreciated. But yeah, Carlock doesn't really. I mean, she'll take a little bit, but like I ran her up to 1,000. That was weird. Why did I do it twice? I ran her up to like 1,000 item levels, and then I took her to, and I was like, okay, it's fine, but it didn't really change a whole lot. Took her to 2,000 to see if adding some more would do anything, and it just didn't at all. So, yeah, I did that one yesterday, Lurking Rider, but I'm a lizard on my knees. That was where I added lizard. I'm a tease. I'm a lizard on my knees. That was the part I did. I just thought that was, to me, that's the best one. Yeah. So but there's a difference between being late game or end game and having late gamer and having the power of that place. You can get to that power quicker sometimes, right? With giveaways or cash. But the overall progress is a different thing for me. Yeah, fire that Prime sub off. If you have Amazon Prime, you can sub to my channel and not deal with ads. Hey, Shevik. To 10,000 gems. I feel like I really feel like we need to be shooting for the 50k feats. I want Diana's 50k feat. So I think we're just sitting on the gems for the moment. We didn't spend as many scales as I thought we would, or we must have earned a bunch with Bobby. That's probably what happened. All right, we leveled up one of our cores. That's a decent directed T. I'm gonna hold on to the. Oh, we don't have to hold on to these. These are Celestes, so these are all dupes. We can open this. But I'm gonna hold on to the. Oh, that's an epic for somebody. I'm holding on to these for the moment because Anson arrives tomorrow. And those are gonna, well, I'd need the feat for this one, but this one would give Anson a piece of blue gear at a minimum. Might give him an epic. Give somebody an epic. I'm trying to make smart decisions with my resources. So how far are we going? Oh, I should put a speed potion on. Why am I not speeding? We got an hour and a half of this legendary left. Okay, but we've got one right behind it ready to go. Ready to go. We're going to get EO8 favor here, or influence, excuse me. EO8 influence here. But look, the cost is in the EO8, so it's not, yeah, we're at the point where we need a lot more than we're getting. Otherwise, we're just grinding. Patron variants for influence. I don't want to do that. Find that unenjoyable. So I want to grind gems, basically. I want to be doing basic content. After we get done with this one, I'm not going to do another patron variant. We're just going to go back to regular adventures to get our gems so we can get our feats. Yeah. And then everything becomes quicker. Yeah. Oh, wow, Shivik, wow. I didn't even notice who was the weekly part of this week. Jim, don't care. Human, don't care. Strongheart, that'll help us out. Destiny's Champ isn't okay. Righteous Might is where you really want to see a weekend buff for Strongheart. Kind of like carefully balanced on Human. You want it in the right place. We gotta ask, is the gold plated Briv Dragon what you want to get from weekly offers is free to play? Yes. The golden epic Theor dinner axe. Yes. Theor dinner snacks. It's the slot 4 for unnatural haste. If you can get that for a decent price in a week, decent gems in a weekly offer, or platinum, excuse me. Yes. Hey, trying to get Fortune's favor. I mean, Fortune's favor is all about developing a good gold find team, and if you've done that and that's still all you can get, then you're done, and you just got to start converting into it. And then you can never, and then there's no point to ever. Once you start converting, you'll never really, need to do a run again. But that's only if you have like a fully developed team, or if you're really trying to chase Fortune's wheel. That's why I've been working on that goal find team for a while now. Just trying to collect the champions. Not even invest into them. We're not even that far yet. I haven't even invested much into the champions I have. Feels weird to have this kind of progress and not have made that kind of investment yet. Yeah. This. Oh, she's at 100. How'd she get to 100? Must have been getting a blue or that epic when we duped. Okay, cool. Human now can go to 100. Human. But yeah, I don't even have my speed team at 100 yet. It's just wild to me that we are so far into this game and yet my speed team is so underdeveloped. That's almost a nice amount in Fortune's favor. Went from E10 to E15 in 2 runs. Yeah, you're not going to be getting it. It doesn't. Yeah, I mean, you're scraping. You get a little bit more, but there isn't a whole lot left there. It's worth getting even if nothing else is developed. Yeah, I mean, if a Golden Epic Theodinterax shows up in your weekly offers, you know, that's what we're just looking at over here for a platinum price that, you know, that you're okay with. And you plan on chasing like a 4-jump Briv, like doing a basic Briv gem farm at like a 4-jump level or higher. You want that. Even if it's like, even if you're nowhere near getting to that point yet, you pick it up anyway because you don't know if you'll ever see it again. Wow, today's code is almost not fit for streaming. Kind of isn't. Strytham asks, what is the best non-Briv gem farming team you've encountered so far? I don't know the gems per hour because I don't necessarily track that. Hypothetically speaking, you build the same kind of stuff as you would in a Briv gem farm. You just don't have Briv in it. So a Human and a BBEG to get you down to like a 2-kill clear. You might need a sentry. Like you just figure that out. Diana for the transition speed. I would say now Lark to preload the kills you need to get to, you know, I think a 2-kill clear with Lark is fine. You could throw in like a Lae'zel just in case you deal with barricades. You got Eliwick for the gems, and you got Thalora to skip a bunch of areas. That's it. So Thalora, Lae'zel's, honestly, I think you'd stay away from anywhere with barricades. So I'm going to just say Thalora, BBEG, Lark, Human, Diana, and Eliwick. So like 6 champions. I think it's 6 champions. Seems about right, because I mean my Briv gem farm is like 7, I think. I think, yeah. So hypothetically, I think that's probably what you're shooting for. Yeah. I think that's, and honestly, because I think we're going to transition into something like that, that's basically what I'm going to test out eventually on this account. Roots of Loom Lurch does have hit based, so that is something to consider. Yeah, if you're going to the Roots of Loom Lurch, there are hit based. You wouldn't do Eliwick because you want Allura. So you'd want to find somebody. So you'd go Solis. Solis gives triple credit, if I remember correctly. Let me just double check. That's the most you could get off one person. Where's it at? Yes, Relentless Avenger. While an aggressive stance, armored or hit-based enemies affected by shield, the Psychic Mantis now take triple hits from all attacks. So you'd add Solis to that for Roots of Loom Lurch. And then see what happens. What would be? I don't know things like Gems per hour. I have no idea. I mean, that's. I literally have to log into my main account and then do a Gems per, and then do like a test on how quickly. Basically, I do like a run to figure out like bags per hour or bosses per hour, your BPH, which you can get off. You know, you can run like 5 runs, and if they're all basically the same speed, then you just figure out the math on that. But I don't keep that stuff in my head. How's the fox getting in the house? Do you have like a cat door? I don't understand. A dog door. A god door. I mean, same thing. That's the god dog door. Same thing. Okay. Cat flap without the flap part. Oh, yeah, that'd do it. The cat have to go outside? I don't know. My cat was an indoor cat. Well, I had a few cats, but I had a farm cat that was obviously an always outside cat. But I had an indoor cat. There was no letting the cat outside. That was not a thing. The dogs went in and out of the house. The cat did. Yes, you just have a hole in your door. There's. Yeah, because if the cat is going outside, there's a fox out there. I don't know. Maybe they're friends. Yeah, it's less a cat flap and more a fox hole. I get foxes about a gator in my garden last year. Whoa. Nope. Don't like that. Don't like that. 10+ years ago, my dog did bring a baby cow with him home, and they did play in the yard for hours. Wow. Sure. But again, herbivore versus, you know, I mean, they're a little different. Yeah, that's wild. Reptiles are much easier to deal with than mammals, more predictable. They have the personality of a flowchart. Sure, but on a gator's flowchart is devour you. Devour adult human. And thus I don't like that flowchart. I don't want to be anywhere near that flowchart. At all. Yeah, I mean, where I grew up, there were snakes. There were lots of snakes. So I just have a high anxiety around anything that could bite me that's just chilling on or near the water or just on land somewhere. Like I'm just walking around and suddenly, you know, something's going to get mad and think I got too close to it. No, I don't like it. No, thanks. Nope. I mean, there were places that were swimming holes that I would literally stop swimming in because I saw the snake there once. I was like, nope, not going back. And they're like, we making a lot of noise. They're not going to come in. Nope. No, thanks. Because I remember we were at one of them. There's this cove, and there's like a boat ramp there, and that was a swimming hole, and people would go swim. And I remember being there, and this kid's like older sister and her friend had been swimming there too, and then they were sitting in the boat ramp like half in and half out of the water, like they had their feet in the water still, like their legs in the water still, and they were laying back on it. And then we heard a scream and looked over, and like they were up and run out of the water because the snake had just cruised right along on top of the over the top of the water, right above their legs, and they just happened to look down and be like, ah! But yeah, no thanks. But they had stopped splashing, so the snake thought it was safe. But I'm like, nope, I don't want to do that anymore. No, thank you. They can have that spot to swim in. I will not. Oh yeah, bull. I mean, yeah, you don't go into a field with a bull. The bulls will screw you up. I knew people in grade school who would walk to school across farm fields, and they'd be like, you know, they'd come in all like one day, one of the kids came in and was like looking a little haphazard. We were like, "What happened to you?" And they're like, "Oh, I walked to school today." And we're like, "So?" And they're like, "Bull was in that part of the pasture." I was like, "Oh," we were like, "Oh no," because we basically had to run from the bull and jump the fence. Yeah, it was not great. Not a great experience. All right, we need to swap. Does Mert hate me? This week he wants me to use Artemis as your butt setter? Oh. Yeah. The conspiracy. The conspiracy. Don't give in. It's not difficult. It's just, you know, why should you have to use the square hole? Why can't you use something else? I don't bother with those versions anyway. Okay, speaking of, what are we doing in the background? Nothing over here. Terror in the Dark for Zerial. Did we do what we needed to do? We did. Nice. We were just getting undead. Where's the other one at? Bajra. Let me double check. We did all that we care about for Mert. I just need a little more free play coins from Bajra and we'll be done. Okay. So we want to switch the other one over to Mad Wizard for Zariel. Sure. Am I going to make you defend our... No. I don't make you do anything. Okay. Go, and then we just switch back. Yeah. Hold on. A local paper some time ago ran a story on how to tell if your cat was taken by a coyote or an owl. Well, if you hear it, you know, meowing and screeching on the ground, it was a coyote. But if you hear it meowing and screeching in the air, it was an owl. That's it, right? Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I didn't need to know that part. Yeah, that'll do it. Your cat just gone? Well, that was an owl. Apparently. Answered. I need to check my email. I know. I got an email today, and I'm actually like, when are they going to email me back? Reminder, there's money in your account. Yeah, I need it to live off of. What are you talking about, PayPal? I haven't heard back yet. Okay. We'll see what happens. I got one of those marketing emails and like about a video game, and I'm like one where I was like, oh, yes, please. I probably won't hear back till tomorrow though, because I think it's, yeah, it'll be tomorrow at the earliest. I haven't played Conquest Dark lately because I basically went infinite on all 5 classes. 4 of the classes were the same weapon though, so it's kind of feels like cheese, but is what it is. These new Eldritch weapons are just super strong, and that's kind of how you kind of ride those. And then but the 5th one was a different Eldritch weapon, but still it's like, well, I figured out how to do it on all 5. Which was the challenge, like trying to figure out, okay, exactly how do I have to build all of these? Even using the same weapon on 4 of the different classes. How do you have to build them? We'll see what happens in the next update. Otherwise, it's just been lots of Dune. Lots of grinding resources in Dune to prep. I have so much spice. I finally burned all my spice stand off into melange, and I have so much. I think I'm sitting at like 19,000 melange, which could make me so much money. But then, like, what do I spend the money on? Like, part of the problem with that game is that, like, I don't have a reason to spend money. Like, you have your taxes you have to pay for your fiefs, like your bases, but they're not that much. And then the rest of the money just is supposed to go into other players, like bounce around the economy. Like, I don't know where the money sink in the game is. I'm gonna have to look around at some of the vendors and see if there's things I could spend money on, because yeah. Man, there are some like components for things that if I could just, I would happily just spend tons of money on that rather than and then just go more harvest more spice, than have to grind out the like get all those components. But I don't know if that's possible. Look, I don't say I hate Artemis. I just don't want to use Artemis. What I don't really don't like is the fact that they basically, for a long time, were the only A champion you ever had to use. Artemis' biggest problem in the game is that he's not called Dritz. That's really it. Like, if it was Dritz, I'd be a Dritz main. If their name was Dritz, I'd be a Dritz main. That's probably it. But it was no, even then, no, because it would have to be built around the companions of the hall. Right? Okay, we're gonna grind out. Kind of grind out Sword Coast stuff. To boost, we're gonna grab quick runs because these aren't super high areas, and we're gonna grab gems, and we're gonna get basically we're getting power for Nordum, right? Because he's got that whole boost around whatchamacallit, completed Sword Coast content. Yeah, they need to put Breezy in, and I'll be a Breezy main. I would switch and become a Breezy main if she were decent. Yeah. Breezy's Dritz and Caddy Bree's daughter, for anybody. But they probably wouldn't make her competitive either. Resave. Oh, this should have been speed, not gem farm. That's fine. Okay, so we did Zerial. Let's go to perks. Oh yeah, we didn't even earn enough to even go up one. We got a lot of symbols though. We got 50,000. So here's a good time. I need one shiny here. That's it. So 52,000. She's the one with the highest amount of currency. So we're gonna go get the potion of polish from her. And then use it on Sentry. Redshift. That instantly makes us faster. Instant speed. Now we're at 55.35%. Oh, that did not boost the way I hoped it would. We were at like 50%. It only went up 5%. It's still wild. Okay. I only have to get her to 419 now to cap, though. So we got that going for us. Artemis insisting on formation being built just for his talents is on brand for him. For early Artemis, for the snapshot of Artemis that they chose, they chose the, you know, the early books for their inspiration for all of these characters. Yeah, it's just not true anymore. Just not the case anymore, though. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take that familiar off there. We're going to park it over here. But on who? On Jarlaxle, maybe? Zerial's Mad Wizard. We didn't even Thar. No. Nayeli. Yeah. Yeah, Nayeli alone. Okay. Did another Eliwick time gate. Hoping to upgrade slot 2. No luck. Man, it's hit or miss. But yeah, so that's another thing you can do. So like where I'm at now, like who do I want? I want Rust and Eric for sure for my gem farm team, and then I'll have to take a look and see if I need anybody else. Speed team still needs the Laura for sure, but I don't think I need anyone else. So there's 3 champions I need to pick up, but Rust and Eric are in the next event. The Laura would be a time gate. After that, though, I would need to check, like, you know, do I have all of my deep pushing people that I care about at the moment? If I do, then my time gates will then go towards trying to get epics for the champions I currently have, instead of getting new champions. Like there's the transition point. Like once I have all 3 groups built and I've already got, you know, the first 4 patrons out, then and all 3 split the parties, then my time gate pieces are now for gearing up champions instead of unlocking new ones. I don't know why I'm leveling this. There, we have way more power than we need. But yeah, when you start trying to chase time gates for epics, like you're basically just trying to get a time gate to a pity timer. And once you've hit an epic, you kind of want to stop, because at that point it's going to take, if you're running the pity timer, it's going to take 4 time gates to get you another epic, and that's so many pieces. It's a lot of time. Well, it's 4 weeks. So you're basically getting, you know, you're basically getting you know, an epic a month for a champion, and that's rough. It's better to focus more of your time then at that point on trying to get patron currency. Even if you're grinding it, like, you got to do something, right? Because it's, you know, because the time gates are going to be rough. Well, this 5 minutes was almost perfect. Five minutes for 300 areas with this group. Boom. Oh no, not that shit again. Stop. Orcs are wild. At least it's better than Orcs Gone Wild. Orcs gone wild. But time gates the only way to get more event? No. Patron chests. Patron chests. Patron chests should be your main source of event epics at the progress point where I'm at. Time gates are minimal. Like, events are the number one source, but that's limited, right? And then the number two source, patron chest. Number three source, time gates. That's what we want to see. Right. Now, if they rework time gates to give us a time gates 3.0, maybe time gates could become more competitive there. Right now, they're at the lowest end. Like I said, get it to your first epic. Once you get one epic, probably stop running time gates, right? Unless you got a bajillion time gate pieces, but that's not really the case, right? Where are we going? 300 again. Yeah, once you get full epic on your event champions, there really isn't a reason to open a time gate ever again. Because you'll full epic the new champions. Usually by that point, you'll be strong enough to full epic the new champions when they come out, and you'll never need to run a time gate for gear again. Gear or a champion again. Well, once you have all the champions and they're all full epic. Be clean. But yeah, so we'll get Anson. On this account, Anson will be new. Binwin will be new. Because we don't have him yet. And then we'll get 3 flex champions. Russ and Eric will be 2. Russ and Eric will be 2 of them, and I don't know who the third one is yet. Not Artemis. And that's it. Now there is an argument that ooh, hold on. Well, that's the end of the month. End of the month would be spurred. No, I'm just saying in the event, so. Let me look at this again. Eric and Rust. Okay, Eric and Rust for sure are 2 of my... I don't know which one I'm going to get first. But there's 2 of my... Probably Rust. I should probably get Rust first. There's 2 of my flex slots. The third one... I feel like the third one kinda should be Will? I don't even use Will on my main account, but maybe no one? Maybe I don't. Maybe I just save the time gate pieces and don't introduce 6 more epics that I have to get to. I mean, that's a choice I could make. It feels a little weird. Because to be honest, I'm not excited. Will is the only other one that's like, but I don't know that I want how well does Will work with a fallbacks formation? Is what I'd have to figure out. Which would require looking at my main account. Yeah, the thing about Tails is when they add someone through Tails, I don't have to go get them. I don't have to, unless I want them, right? it's not. I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, so Duke Ravengard and Spurt are going to be in tails. Obviously, I'll do the Duke just to try to get his chests from his first variant. We'll see what his speed is. I don't know that I'll unlock Spurt. For the same reason, I kind of just don't want to add extra champions that aren't going to give me anything that I need. I have a very specific goal, right? And that will set me back. It's gonna be 18, I think. MC. 3 rows is 6. I know they've said like 10 content up, but I don't know that that's. I don't know that they spoke correctly. I think there's 3 rows of 6. I don't know if there's gonna be 20. There's definitely not an evergreen. They've said that. So we'll see what happens, but it feels like it's 3 rows of 6. Well, let's go. So, Kazran. Human, yes. Anson's human. So, yeah, with Will, there's 3 humans. You need 1 more human in the formation, because she's a wood elf. He's a dwarf. And Lark's a tiefling. Where the hell there he is? So you need, what, 1 more human. And then you'd want... I mean, Kazran's a wizard. Don't you need... What you have to do... The fallbacks would be the affiliation. There's 2 of the 3. And then don't you also need the class? What am I don't use Will that much. What am I missing? Where is he? Folk hero. Yeah, race, class, and affiliation. So we would have race, well, species and affiliation. And then I'd need 3 other wizards. And I wouldn't be using Baldric. Ooh, but so we'd be at 4 for affiliation and 4 for species with 5 champions out, and 3 of these other supports would need to be wizards. Up here. Sunless Citadel. Oh, Jesus. What? Only ever... This isn't even a variant. Oh, God. At least they said evergreens and not... Something like this. Probably. Okay. Well, you know, so if you're doing it, folks, if you're doing a fallback formation, you kind of want all the fallbacks because they have a pre-stack as their affiliation bonus, right? Which means you need as many of them as possible. Giving up Baldric for Will could be worth it because Will's buff is just so big. Just so big. But outside that, no, right? Like you don't want to give up anyone else necessarily. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you might. It just depends. You have to play around with it, but again, I'm really just trying to figure out, like, would Will be a good choice in the event if I'm trying to build like a fallbacks affiliation, but you know, you're already given up one of them for that, so maybe not. I don't know. Dungeon Master's Human Wizard, sure, but he's bad. Jim's the better buffer, yeah, I mean, would be. So if we go over here, we want. So if we do, okay, Cosrin. Well, Will would be over here. There's Tess. Lark. And then Anson would be in one. I'm going to throw Hank as if he's Anson. And then we go Unowned, and we go Will. Oh, he won't let me drag him down. So Will would be in 12. And then we do roll. No, not roll. Class. Wizard. Volo would be the go-to. Actually, much as I hate to say it, Volo would be the go-to for 9. Jim for 7. I don't know. I'd have to look at the numbers between like a Whittle and a Certainty. Maybe. Yeah. And Alindra, the new Alindra, you know. So Alindra, Whittle. No, Alindra's with Lark. The Certainty or Whittle, maybe. Would probably be where I'd be looking for the others. I don't know. Just theory crafting. Okay, how far are we going? 300. Oh, these aren't speed champions, though. So I'm just going to use those. Hey, Traylin. Doing pretty good. Had my follow-up at the dentist today, and they took out my sutures and said everything looked healthy, so that made me feel better. Well, no, but boosting the number of fallbacks doesn't matter. I don't think they have anything that just counts the number of fallbacks. The whole point is the Uggy is Uggy. It's all around Uggy, and you want as many people who have an Uggy buff as possible. Having just more members of an affiliation only works for very specific affiliations that are counting the number of their members, and that's not what. I guess a couple of them do have. Well, a couple of them, I guess, do have spec choices for number, like counting fallback stacks, but the big buff is Uggy. You're losing the Uggy, the big Uggy pre-stack. I guess I guess you're trading, if you were to trade Strongheart for one of the others, but I don't know that those are usually the big numbers that we're looking at. You'd have to play around with it. Darius is in Lark's seat. You're getting rid of even more fallbacks, people.
The idea of building a fallbacks affiliation and then getting rid of them is like, then we're back to Karlach. Karlach doesn't care about the absolute adversaries, but Catherine cares about the fallbacks. That is C5. Yeah, isn't... Oh no, Lark is 6. Never mind. But Darius is a... He a wizard? He is a wizard. He's a wizard, Harry. He's a lizard. Wary. I guess, yeah, he might work instead of certainty. I don't know. I need to play with that on the main account where I have all of them. Instead of just trying to figure it out here. They all have pretty decent power over there, so... Well, does Will count above the 4? You keep giving bonuses above 4? I thought you just had to get... I thought you just had to be the highest number. I don't use Will. And so unless I'm reading his kit, I don't remember how he works. Today on the tutorial show, how to build a fallback scene without using the fallbacks. That's where it was kind of going there. Raylan 7 steps across the quad. Go, 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 go. "46 minutes left on our legendary potion." I don't like that it's just a base adventure and and they give you a restriction. Ugh, feels bad. If I wanted restrictions, I'd be doing variants. I guess I can get rid of this now. What else over here can I get rid of? I have not opened my mail. I don't like opening mail. What is this? Right. Man, dealing with all of this, dealing with healthcare in the US sucks. Let's just say that. I'll leave it there. It was all healthcare. Yeah, it's like, oh, they got to send you all these things, and it's like, I didn't need any of this. All of it trash. All of it's trash. It's all trash. Garciani Rage times 2. Why? What? What? What did I miss? I'm so careful. Okay. Well, so if here was the thing. We're already at 4. If I have Kazrin, like there's 5 of them. So Kazrin, Anson, Lark, and Tess gives me 4. You give up Baldric at 5 for Will. That was already at 4. So yeah, if you swap to Raven Guard, you'd lose 1, and you'd have to then add Strongheart, but you wouldn't add Raven Guard because Kazrin isn't a melee attacker. She's a magic attacker, so I don't understand where we're going there with that either. Raven Guard only buffs melee. Kazrin is magic. Base attack. Where's she at? I don't even know. Good lord. Where is she? Oh, here she is. Yeah, she should be magic base attack. Yeah. They put it over on her picture now. That's nice. Magic base attacker. I didn't even notice that. Did they do that for 99? Oh. Yes. Melee. Cool. I don't know why you're saying she can only get 3. I don't understand. Kazrin, Anson, Lark, Tess. There's 4 affiliation stacks. Species. We were talking about humans. There's plenty of humans to add that are in different places. And then wizards, we found the wizards. I don't understand why you need Raven Guard. Yeah, I know. I don't. Each of those is only 1 stack. Yes. Kazrin, 1. Anson, 2. Lark, 3. Tess, 4. Affiliation. Oh, that's what you're talking. Because I don't use will. You needed to. Okay. See, this is why I don't. So then what is, because she doesn't, oh, I get it. Because she doesn't have a double, she doesn't dual class, and she doesn't dual species. Yeah. Well, then I just don't need to get will. That's what that tells me. This is why I don't use will. I don't like having to deal with all that bullshit. So there's a reason. Also because like if he was good for Karlach, I would have used him a long time ago and I know exactly how he works, but he's not. Because to jump through all his hoops and get her stacks, it's just not worth it. Just not worth it. So what you need, then they're not going to do it because why would they? You'd need a species change feat for Kazrin. That made sense for that formation. But I don't even know if... Because you wouldn't want Raven Guard. That's just a waste. He just feels like a waste. Even though you're getting a stack on will. I mean, I guess you're hoping that chasing that is going to get you you're giving up, an actual buffer just for a bigger buff from will. Sure, maybe. I don't like it. Yeah, for whatever reason, when you were talking about Raven Guard, I thought you were just talking about humans to get the 4th human, and then Strongheart to get the 4th affiliation. I was like, we're already at those. But I was thinking about it completely wrong. Because I don't like Will. I don't like using Will. Ugh, you know what I really don't like though is sitting around in this freaking variant. It's an adventure, and they gave it a restriction of only the shitty champions. Ugh. And it's taking forever. Feels like it's not really taking forever. It just feels like 18 minutes already. We've only got 150. Yeah, no. No. This is not okay. This is not okay. I should have done a 15-minute potion. Oh well. Yeah, now I really don't want to do it just because I don't want to have to. I don't like using a champion that isn't supposed to go with two champions that are not supposed to work together just to get a 3rd champion to work. No. I just hate that. I hate that. I don't even care if it's optimal. I just don't. It doesn't feel good to me. Yeah, Maxi. Using Raven Guard with Chasm doesn't feel right. That's where I'm at. Are nerds even worth the gems to pick up? I don't think so. Personally, but some people like them. I really think now the only reason to get nerds is if you are going to become a nerds DPS. You get Will, you get nerds, and then you build out whatever is supposed to go with Will and nerds. Otherwise, absolutely not. Otherwise, it's a waste of 100,000 gems. Will is a nerd. I mean, basically. They don't even use Will. They don't even use nerds for Artemis anymore. They use Cthulhu. So. Yeah, I mean, collect them all. Sure, eventually you grab it, right? But I send on my main account. I send mine to trials, to jury duty every week in trials. Mainly because I'm in a pre-made with Thirking Rider, so I find it funny that I send their main champion off to. You can, I mean, look, nerds used to be the Artemis, like the go-to for seat 1, but Cthulhu is a bigger buff, and it hits more people. And if you're doing Artemis, most people that are doing Artemis are chasing the highest damage, so they just care about who's going to give the biggest buff in each slot. I'm not saying that's everybody. I'm just, that seems to be the mentality when people are talking about them. Doing lazy Artemis? Yeah. Then do somebody else. Like, honestly. No, but yeah, you do whatever you want, but yeah, people are always chasing that Artemis high. I feel like before this, we started this adventure, I should have fired up Cast and Chill and had it in the picture-in-picture, just so I had something to do for 20 freaking 5 minutes. It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be like 25 minutes by the time we're done. Hate it. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you use whatever champions you want to use. Play the game. But, you know, understand there's pros and cons. I choose to use certain champions. I can complete the content on my main account. Just so it doesn't really matter. As long as I'm, you know, still enjoying it. Which I should probably... Is our trials run started for the day yet? Rust isn't a DPS. What are you... People making supports their main DPS. No, it did start, okay. Let me go do my trials round. Nerd's main sounds more painful than Gearless. I mean, to me, Artemis main sounds more painful than Gearless, so... Okay. Main account doing its run. Boy, 55 steps across the quad, so... Gotten all the way across, slapped the hand on the wall, 5 steps on the way back. Yeah, people have done Tatiana main. J-Dog is doing Xander main. I don't know, last I saw. They were Shara main in it for a while, then decided Xander was going to be the next one or something. I don't know. I just see the pictures and go... Think my Fallback's ultimate wipes out Tiamat and Avernus? Oh, maybe, yeah. Feels like a Wild West duel with one-shots. Well, gotta get that survivability. MC says they think they're a Cass main now. I mean, yeah. I mean, Cass is strong. And Cass is, you know, almost too easy because they can create the things that they want for their stacks instead of you having to really build around them. Be so glad when I can go back to my speed team. This was painful. What do you mean? What do you mean it took me 25 minutes, 26 minutes to go 300 areas? What the hell? RCAFD, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Grudge Keepers. Get me out of here. Hey. Thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Okay. We did that. Now where to? Meepo's Quest. Only event champions can be used. I don't like that they put restrictions. I forgot about this. They put restrictions in adventures. That's a big no from me, dog. That's fine, because our speed group is actually all event champions. It is all event champions. Some advise you to use the most popular time gate champions. Oh, that's... Ooh, hold on. Okay, I mean, these three aren't the worst. No. No, 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 no. No thanks. Oh, I mean, we already know.
Choose me?
This ain't great. That? No. Hell no. Oof. Oh. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. Hype train's up, folks. Bits, subs, and gift subs all contribute to the hype train. Goes back to being a Farida main. Hellshabuk is doing great work. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like after that rework that it would work good. I had basically said I will probably start trying to figure out what that team would look like to have an alternate for, you know, alongside Carlock as another DPS choice, and then we started doing this instead.
Act like an angel, dress like lizard. Oh, the girls like lizard, lizard. Oh, the girls like lizard, lizard. Oh, the girls like lizard, lizard. Oh, the lizard girls. Act like an angel, dress like lizard.
Alright, I guess we did put that one in there. I forgot about that one. We now have like a dozen lizards. We have like a dozen lizards. So, you know. Thank you for the bits, by Shakira. Yeah, I think Presto's on that. Presto and Sheila are on the Time Gate champion list because people scavenge with them in background parties. Like, pretty sure that's just it. But man, well, you can't trust, can't trust usage data because people be running multiple parties and the people that they're running the background parties with aren't necessarily good. Like right now, I got Nieli in the background party. Like, that's no. That's a no. Yeah, it's weird. I saw Merlander. Thank you for the bits. I saw the on-screen celebration come up, but for a second it took me a while to figure out where that even came from. Because we also have something like that if people just spam a lot of gold stars. Hey, Letty-Ath, Happy New Year. Hey, Miles, thank you for the sub. First month. Tier 1. Much appreciated. And then we got the chat is telling me, the bot in chat is telling me that Letty-Ath subscribed, but Twitch isn't saying that. But if you subscribed and Twitch be twitching, thank you for the subscription. Otherwise, Twitch, what the hell? The bot gets the data from Twitch. Why can't... I don't understand. I don't understand. Your Prime sub? Okay. But still, usually it triggers... Oh, I got it. Thank you, though. But yeah, yesterday I went through and added. We had already had a lizard for bits, and then we added like 11 more. So you just you're gonna randomly get a lizard. One of the 12 lizards is not a lizard though; it's a dragon. It's a dragon. Yeah, MC's triggered twice earlier. I didn't understand what was going on there. Why am I still leveling people up? We're fine. Lizard Fever made it to Mars, got a hand. Oh, was Mars doing lizard stuff or was chat doing lizard stuff? Much better for gem farming as soon as I've unlocked it. It's more of a later on thing. I mean, if you're doing a regular gem farming, like normal gem farming, basic gem farming, then Loom Lurch is the best place. Is pretty much. I mean, you're dealing with quick transitions instead of fast spawners, so it should be a better place for you. The best way to figure it out though is time a run on Mad Wizard. Like figure out, how many areas you get on Mad Wizard versus how many areas you're getting in Loom Lurch for the same amount of time. Which one's faster? That's where you go. It was a lizard warm up. Oh, no. Not pointing fingers with the lurking riders there. Mars made a comment, so I took that as an opportunity to reference Edward Lizard Hands. Oh no, that was the worst thing that yesterday was Edward Lizard Hands. Oh god, now I got that image in my head again. Ugh. For whatever reason, that version, that image freaks me out more than like the porn parody version, which we also don't need to reference here. Okay, what did we do? No, challenges. Almost done with constructs. Need lots of symbols though. Okay. Did we finish Vajra? We did finish Vajra. I need to move this one. Distraught. Where our time gate pieces dropped, apparently. Not that it matters. That wants... Oh, I see what happened there. I was like, that wants something that we don't have. I want this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Where is the best to try and get the achievement for getting a bunch of gold? In an event. Deep run in an event will always be the easiest, or a time gate, right? They have the same kind of scaling. Yeah. Ideally, though, you want an event or a time gate that doesn't have armored though in it, and that's always rough. So otherwise, then just wherever you have wherever you can build the strongest formation, right? But it's going to be about like, how well how well can you develop your goal find team, right? So like if I come over here, 6 kills and golds, where are we at? I mean, I get it naturally. We're up to E163 naturally, just from, I'm not trying to chase it, it's just kind of happening. So we hit this on our last one. So as you develop your account, you'll end up then getting here. Golden Dragons. Yeah. Okay. We did our 1,000 finally. What else we got? 20 shiny. Doing item levels. Oh, it's the it's feeds. Most of these? Yeah, I got most of those. The rest is just gonna happen on its own. Multi-party. Oh, 10 champions adventuring once in 4 full for me. I mean, I could go get that, but I don't care. That would get I could get the rest of these. I could get 3 of these, but I don't. Legend animation, trials, legendaries. I don't know. I don't chase those. I don't chase those. They chase me. Wait, no, that's not. Yeah, Baldric was, you know. Baldric's numbers didn't come out good. E197, then figure out where you got your highest, like wherever your highest favor is that's not based off conversions. They go there to a place that doesn't have any armored stuff, and then go super deep and gold farm. With all the potions and stuff, whatever bonuses you can give yourself. See what happens. Oh, it worked that time. Valdemar, welcome, and thank you for 32 months with Prime. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, you don't try to do those in Fortune. The Turn of Fortune's wheel. Any, you know, or Vecna even Ruin, neither of those. Go to one of the other places. But like if I were trying to figure that out, like what do you got? E45 and Tiamat, so at the moment, I mean, we haven't done deep runs everywhere, but at the moment, it looks like the formation layout in Tiamat favors me deep pushing for gold. Which makes no sense to me, but sure. But sure. It could be blessings. You know, there could be all kinds of things chipping in there. Sword Coast is, I wouldn't go Sword Coast. That sounds odd. That sounds like conversions. Because you only get 9 champions. Trials is not a campaign. It sounds like you haven't done. Feels like you haven't done. Like deep favor runs recently in other campaigns. Like Sword Coast is high because we just did a deep favor run there, and we did one in Icewind Dale and Helm. They're all roughly the same. Helm's just, I don't know. They're all roughly in the same proximity, but you'd want to find usually the higher one, but usually you want it to be in a 10 champion formation so you have as much gold find boost as possible. But if you don't have 10 gold find boosters, then I guess Sword Coast would be fine. But I would say, you know, I don't know. It depends on who you're using. Right? Like I fill in, I only have 8 currently, but one of those is Jarlaxle, so I can add a Drow and a Rogue to that, and that boosts gold. Not a lot, but you take what you can get. Can't get past area 800 1,000. I mean, that's I don't know. Certain champions. I mean, that's what this account is we've cleared 1,000 now, and it's not like And it's not like I've been investing in the pushing team. I've been investing item levels into the speed team. So the pushing team's just getting there on the basis of their gear rarity being blue or better. Yeah. And then the legendaries we've put on some of the champions, but it's still level 1s. Although now we have level 5s, a 4 and 3 5s. So that's going to help, right? But we got past 1,000 without those. So it feels like, it's the right champions and their layout and where you place them in the formation, right? But it's kind of a formation issue that's around the champions you're using to get you the power. Again, I'm riding the Carlock wave and the Holy Trinity, so there's just a lot of power there. We're still sitting on this node? Wow, okay. Twilight Grove. So I would try to work on Traylon. I would try to figure out like what does your pushing party look like? What's going on? What could be, who could be changed or swapped out or whatever to make it more efficient if that's your goal. To give you more power. If you just want to use that formation, you just don't want it, you like that formation, then you've got to start investing in their gear a bit, at least to item level 100, average item level 100. You got to get legendaries. You got to level up your Modron core. The level 15 full epic Modron core is going to be 100 areas of progress total. What did we unlock? We unlocked over here. That's a Wiz 13. Are we off to see the wizard? No, we're not. We have a Wiz 12, so we're going to ignore that for Carlock. And we're just going to try to come up here and get this. Problem is, this was our last Wiz. This is bad. Oh, wow. Off to see the lizard, the wonderful lizard of Oz. Yes. So what I want to see then is we got another one. It's not the one we want. It's not the one that we want. The one that we want. Ooh, 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 honey. Okay, so we didn't get the one that we want here either. But oh. Did not. That made it worse? How did that make it worse? Oh, what? We're gonna try some really strange stuff here. Oh, that was, I think it was a purple before, wasn't it? Yeah, that went real bad. That went real bad, real fast. Okay, so I can't really make changes down here. This one doesn't work at all. What about here? I'm trying to see based off of the new stuff that I got if there's anything that would be beneficial. That's not it for sure. We do have an in. So I mean 994 enters. One man leaves. No, that's not. So if this was this into this, and this was this. $11.37, that's better. Getting almost one over there. Okay, so that change worked. So let's in this level 6. No, let's look up here. This is because this was a big mess. We got this one. This one should be cool. It's two in, two out. 2 in, 2 out. How would that even? How would that even? It would even here. It would even here. But it's only, it would only help over here, and that's not what I want to help. What if I did this? Oh, oh, hell yes. Oh, hell yes. Okay. Save. Where's my level 6? All right. Yeah, everything just went purple over there. All of it purpled. Now we've skipped some things. We skipped this because we can't really, it's too early. It's too early to put anything in. We don't care about intelligence because Carlock. Sorry, Kay. But now 25 4. Ooh. 19. 22. Okay, so we want to split up here, but I don't have a split for that. Yeah. That's a 3 in, 1 out. Yeah, we can't use that yet. That's too bad. That would be interesting right here. With a T right there. Maybe. Okay. But anyway. So I can't split off there, and that's really where I need to split. Oh, I need to fix this. That's real bad. Draybick, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Grudge Keepers. I want this, which means I want something like a little something like this. Hit it. Yeah, that's 5. This is now 18. Perfect. So we shifted the flow into something that supports this split. Flip Fantasia. Alright. Bitty bitty bop. This is perfect. Alright, we skip that one. And we loop around this. Come up here, around the corner. And we light up another damage node. Good. Save. Level 6. Okay, so at level 6, we are now EO6. 8 EO6 damage of all champions, 3000% gold find, a con buff, a health buff, speed buff. I like that the health buff is now better. It was 10% before. Now we're at 80. No, 240? That's more. Whatever it is, it's more. Let me catch him in chat. Oh, it's a tree. When is a good time to not get the time gate piece from patrons? I started buying them again, so I'm not the one to ask. I don't have anything else to spend the currency on, so. So here's the time. When actually, like on this account, well, once I finish, I think I need at least one more champion for the speed team, for it to be the gem farming team that I want to develop. I need a couple more champions for the gold find team, and then I have to see if there's any more pushing champions. Once I get all of those teams, once I get those 3 teams built, I don't need to buy that time gate piece anymore. I think I would like to, because I still want to like hit the pity timer for their named chests. Once I hit the pity timer for named chests to get them towards full epic, then I'll probably stop buying time gate pieces on this account. Maybe. Because I don't want to add more champions while I'm trying to get them to full epic necessarily. So there's an on and off. Like there's times where you might and there's times where you don't, but like why not just do it and bank them for the future? I don't know. You gotta make your decisions. You know, I think we're all dreaming of a Time Gates 3.0 world, in which case, you know, you'll burn through a bunch of them and then you'll never hoard them again, probably. If they do it well, you'll never hoard them again. But that's it if they do it well, right? Well, that grow's done. There it is. Okay. Into the unknown. Shouldn't be so happy about this, but into the unknown. 350. We're just gonna throw down 15 potions. I think that's overkill, but I did it anyway. This 12 is also not enough for Carlos. Yeah, he's last name. Yeah. Tried to avoid the non-Carlock stuff, but. Mm-hmm. 25 adventures and Grand Tour. The pity timer. So every gold chest has this purple bar. Any chest that drops gear has this purple bar. And it's a pity timer that basically guarantees that if you fill the bar up, you're guaranteed to get an epic piece of equipment. So like when I say run the pity timer, I'm basically saying get to your next epic that you would get from time gates, and then you don't have to run them anymore. Because from a time gate, it takes, the pity timer is 10. So for a time gate, it would take 4 time gates to get there, and that's too much. In the current state of the game, I mean, it's easier to gear them up from patron chest. Patron chests aren't as directed. Time gates are directed. That's the benefit. But like patron chests have a pity timer as well. Like any gold chest that drops gear is gonna have a pity timer. Unfortunately, Modron chests have a pity timer, and I don't know. I get where they were going, but like the pity timer shouldn't drop purples. The pity timer should drop crosses. Like purple crosses. That's the only pity timer we actually care about when it comes to a Modron opponent chest. So it's bad luck protection. They're taking pity on you for not having gotten it in the normal amount, which would be less than 10. The odds are you'll get it probably like 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 chance for an epic or somewhere around there. So if you're getting all the way to 10, you just have bad luck. The lizard of my discontent. Oh no. Oh no. Those are talking about burn crosses. I don't know what quote we're doing. I immediately hear Rage in the Machine, and it's burn crosses. But yeah, that's it should be burn crosses. Yeah, it's burn crosses. But maybe it was a different one. Electrum chests don't have a pity timer because they don't drop purple gear. It's all good. It's all good, Adrenaline. But that lyric is, you know, some of those who work forces are those that burn crosses. It's a reference to police being members of the KKK. And burning crosses on the lawns of black people in the South. Well, throughout America. But yeah, there's no pity timer for blues. It's just a pity timer is only for epics. For 20, almost 23,000 gems. Again, we're shooting for 50k. I want Diana's 50k feet. Where's it? This one? Quickly now. So we'll get her closer to her max for We'll Be Right Back. It's at 266% out of 400. With that feat, 80% feat should boost that up a good chunk. And then I don't have to get these item levels very high, right? To get her capped. And then I don't need to invest in her anymore. Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, everybody. and our legendary wears off. Like, it's close, right? We will notice a significant drop in our speed. Yeah, Rage is good. I got introduced to Rage freshman year of college. And it's been in my head ever since. It's been in my head ever since. Again, I'm upset to this day that my friends my friends at the time, I mean, we were new friends, but didn't drag my ass to Tijuana to see Rage Against the Machine in a small club in TJ. Small clubs with major bands are just so fun. But yeah, between Rage Against the Machine, I also got introduced to Primus that was like just bass riffs. Like, come on. Primus just wild. My roommate liked to play the bass, so of course he had lots of albums with good bass riffs. But, you know, I could just like in my head right away. My name is Mud. Oh yeah. My little cousin got into playing the drums, which makes me so happy. I think she's in high school now. And I don't know what all stuff she gets into, but I know she was doing like, at least at one point it was very punk drums, but I don't know what all. I know she probably practices lots of different stuff, but I'm like, yes, punk rock drummer in the family, go. We need that. Just got back in time to hear Primus mentioned. You're welcome. When it was Big Brown Lizard, no, that doesn't work the same. I don't think that plays the same. But sure. But your wife is a singer of the band. I mean, yeah, well, you kind of have to listen to that, right? All right. Look, it went ... and disappeared, and now we have the Underdark. The Underdark has appeared. All right. And it switches to a complete... You're still on the Sword Coast, but you're not on the Sword Coast. You're underneath the Sword Coast. So the Labyrinth is like a cave system. This is a big cave system. This is like a underground lake, and, you know, these are all large cave systems, but then there's, you know, little caves connecting them all, and that's where we're traveling through now. Yeah, that would be hard to describe a trailer. Yeah. Like if you can't remember the band and the name, it's and when I listen to songs that don't have a lot of lyrics, like I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you unless I'm really paying attention. Yeah, there was an app that they tried to make work for that. I don't remember what it was called. Where you'd try to imitate whatever the instrumental sounds were, and it was supposed to then try to give you suggestions for the songs, but I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was called or if it's even still out there. All right, 24,000 gems now. Bad thing about Married to a Singer is the band is kind of big, so they do touring a lot every year for months at a time. Yeah. Yeah. Shazam. Maybe it was Shazam. It might have been Shazam. That does sound familiar. But then I'm also thinking Shazam, and that's, I don't. Should chat make a ruckus over Bobby tanking the Underdog? We're not tanking. We're killing everything instantly because the area is so low. So. Shouldn't, no. We're killing everything with fire breath, so there's no tanking involved at all. I seen that Legos unveiled smart bricks. Yeah, I almost linked it in the Discord. And then I was watching and reading more about it, and I honestly don't understand it. It's not that I don't understand. I understand what's going on. I just don't understand why. I love Legos, but I don't understand why smart bricks. And maybe that's they just didn't.
When I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber. You go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself.
I just I don't understand. Like I understood like the computer bricks for controlling like the remote control stuff, like that made sense to me. I don't understand this one. Like I don't understand how my experience gets better with it. Feels like it's just, hey, we needed something that was more expensive for people to buy than Lego bricks. So here you go. I don't know. I could be wrong. They may prove me wrong. I don't know that it's a novelty for kids because it's expensive. I don't know. Yeah, but the smart brick doesn't play back. I don't understand. Again, I watched the video and I was left more confused. Lego is an expensive hobby nowadays, yeah. I mean, all hobbies are expensive nowadays, it feels like. Okay, the legendary wore off. You could see how slow we suddenly went. I was like, what happened? All right, here we go. Boom. We got another one. How much do I have? Can I give? Yeah, we got a lot, but I'm not going to. This has been them yet. I'll distill these. See what we're actually sitting on. All of those. And both of those. All right, 2282. All right. All right. Yeah, I don't need the brick to play back. The whole point of Lego to me was always that it was your imagination playing Lego. But I guess kids don't have one of those anymore because AI happened. Jesus. I mean, that's where it's going. So I guess they're getting ahead of the AI thing. They're getting ahead of just the brain. I know this doesn't have AI. What I'm saying is they're getting ahead of the imagination loss from using AI. Making bricks that play back. Want a Lego Warhammer video game? Oh, that could be interesting, yeah. I doubt they'll ever do it, though. Because Lego, when they make Lego games, they like them to be silly and fun, and Warhammer doesn't like that. Like, Games Workshop doesn't like that. Is there not a Lego set that costs like $200? Oh, I own a Lego set that I own at least one that costs $200. I own one that costs like $500 or $600, and that was 15 years ago. So that I bought that like 500 to 600. I own like the collector's limited edition Lego Millennium Falcon that was like $500 or $600 when it came out like what would it have been 17, 18 years ago. That was a birthday present to myself when I worked in insurance and had tons of disposable income. I was like, well, I'm getting that. It was so big, I put it together, and my roommate like, where are you going to put that? I'm like, I was just thinking I was going to take it apart and put it back in the box after I was done. He's like, because I put it together on the kitchen table, and he's like, just leave it on the kitchen table. Looks good. I was like, okay. So it was our centerpiece at one end of the kitchen table. Yeah, you could definitely invest in Lego and have it just be there's 10, 20 grand worth of Lego over time, right? But it's over time. I wish I had that kind of disposable income and a room to put it all in, right? Like I would have the storage containers on the side with all the bricks and individual things and like a big place to put it all together. And yeah, I'd be that person if I had the money. I don't have the money. I would be the person every year like putting together like a Lego Christmas village. Like that would be the thing with a train. Like so instead of real trains and I would build new stuff. Like you have to start months in advance, but yeah, that'd be me. I would do that if I had the money and the space. But there's some really pricey large sets nowadays because they've realized, oh, we can make these and sell them. Yeah. But yeah, the only thing that I have put together is when we built the Lego Ghostbusters Ecto 1 from the more recent movies. I've got that still put together over there. But otherwise, I put it together, and I'm like, this is awesome. I'll leave it together for a while, and then I take it apart. I put it all back in the box. Then I seal the box, and I put the box in storage. For some point in the future when I want to put it all back together again. Yeah. Which is why I stopped buying Lego, because it spends its time in a box. Yeah, the fact that there's a Lego roller coaster now is like, that's super cool to me. That was not a thing. Like there's so much cool Lego stuff. I remember spending some of my program money on what did I spend program money, or did I just buy it? I might have just bought money. But the powered bricks and the controllers, that module that was like this big back in the day, you put batteries in, and then bringing my Legos into the after school program and let them try to build like robotics using the Lego robotics stuff with that. But I did not have all the right pieces for that. Well, that's a limited edition, like Comic-Con exclusive, MC. That's why. Yeah. People want them as a collectible. But yeah, so when I was a kid, I would build whatever, if I got a new Lego thing, I would build whatever the new Lego thing was and then play with that for a little bit. And then it'd all get disassembled and put in a big bucket, right? like that with a lid. And then every now and then I just sit down and build stuff. And at one point, I built some like really big like space cruiser thing just out of my own head. And then I was like, I don't really want to take it apart. And then so when I went to take it apart, I was like, you know what? I wonder if I can can I reverse create a Lego manual and draw it out by hand? And I tried to like, okay, here's the thing. And then this is the part I'm taking off, and then take those off. And then, and I mean, it was the first time I'd ever attempted that. I really should have started on something smaller. I tried. I could not ever rebuild. I did not. My first overly difficult attempt at building a manual for something did not work. But I really wanted, man, that was, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a Lego builder. Like I wanted to create stuff at Lego, and then, I saw those like full-size Lego F1 cars. They were interesting. But it's like, Well, I built a lot of different things, but the reason I built space stuff was because my biggest set that I had ever gotten, we basically stole it. I mean, we didn't, but there was this, I'd have to look it up. I looked it up once, and it was the biggest, it was this cool blue, it was in the blue and red space era. And it was probably an $80 to $100 thing, but there was no price tag on it, and they couldn't find the SKU in the system at all. It was like at Sears. And so the person behind the counter was like, I don't know, that looks like a $20 thing to me. And we were like, yeah, sure. And bought it for $20. So I had a ton of those pieces. So I would end up building space themed stuff, yeah. But man, if there had been a lot of pirate sets, you better believe I would have built a lot of pirate stuff. So what was the, hold on. This, I looked this up once and I found the space set. I had a bunch of my parents would buy me all the little tiny ones that were just, because that was easy and inexpensive. But then I got this huge one. Maybe it was the 80s. Maybe it wasn't the 90s. Hold on. It was the 80s. Okay. Classic space. Hold on. That's it. That's going to be it. Yeah, so there was lots of grays in the 80s, and then they started blending in the blues. Okay, hold on. Let me find it. Now that I'm in the right decade, see if I can find it again. Oh, that might have been it. Verifying you are human. Are you? Oh yeah, I had a bunch of these. Mid 80s, I had a bunch of the mid 80s stuff. That's it. That's it. It was this one. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, it was this one. Star Patroller. So it came out at 85. So that would have been, yeah, around 10 or so. I remember the like hoses specifically, and the blue with the gray. Yeah, so that was it. You know, I may have gotten some, you know, lots of the gray and the white and some more blue along the way, but that was the big one. That was the big one that I ended up with. What do they value? Value used at around $100. Value new 576 now. Wow. Who knows what it was back in the day? But we got it for like 20 bucks, and it felt like we stole it because it was huge. It was the biggest box, Lego box I'd ever seen. Get the Goonies pirate ship set. Is there one? I don't know. Again, nowadays I'm trying not to spend my money on Legos because I got nowhere to put them. And I would love to have some kind of display container for like Ecto 1 so it doesn't get all dusty, but it's got to come apart soon because it's going to get too dusty, and then it's going. And then cleaning Lego is not the most enjoyable thing. Lego tooth cat? No. Oh my. Yeah, they're never gonna make one of those. I wouldn't want one. Well, I don't want a dust blower. That's just gonna get it all over the place. I got this. I got this. I got my gelatinous cube. It's not a cube. I wish this was a cube container. But if I pull it all, it looks all smooth and everything, but if I pull it out, it's this semi-sticky stuff, and you just roll it over dust. It picks up all the dust and put it back in the container. They're great. They're great. They do eventually get so dirty, then you just dispose of them, but then you get more. So they're great for keyboards because they're squishy. They'll go in between the keys. You can use in your car. They're awesome. I like them. And then it's not just blowing stuff up into the air. It's actually picking up and getting it out of my environment completely, which is what I want. I just need to use it more often. Like there's a light layer of dust in some parts of my desk, and I just need to clean it. But I stupidly bought it's a tabletop, and it's fake wood ridges and grooves, and I should have just gotten a smooth desk. And I don't know, this will look neat. It does, until it gets dusty and it's impossible to clean. No, that's not a dust blower. That's a leaf blower. Good Lord, I wouldn't want to fire that off in here. Oh my God. That'd be the worst. That'd be the worst. The thing, they don't blow dust away. They just move it from one place to another. It'd still be somewhere in the house. Lurking Rider, if that's true, then my question is, are androids just a shortening of Mandroid? Was it just supposed to be Mandroid, and they're like, we don't like that, we'll just take the M off? All we are is lizards in the wind. Ugh. Oh no. 29,000 gems. On our way to 50. On our way to 50. I've never done this. I've never been like, let's go through all the storyline adventures. Let's see how quick we can get everything done. But this is a new experience on a new account. It's just, it feels, because whenever we're saving up for stuff, it feels like slow progress. So. I like my idea better. Lurking Rider. If I ever create a sci-fi setting, and they're going to be called mandroids. Which is why I will never create a sci-fi setting, because, yeah. Because nobody would appreciate that. Not a single person. Giving Manwich, exactly. Yes. I can't stand. I don't like I don't like sloppy joes. I can't deal with it, and that's basically Manwich is, you know, the sloppy joe. I can't do it, and the reason I can't do it is I don't like wet, soggy bread, and that's basically what you're ending up with a sloppy joe, and I'm just always like. Ugh. Like, I don't like a French dip sandwich for the same reason. They're okay. I can put up with a French dip every now and then. But I don't like wet bread. It's a texture thing. Yeah. It's like manwich or manscaping or mansplaining. All of these are uncomfortable. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. As well as management. Wait. Managing. No, I hate that too. Yeah. Those make me uncomfortable as well. Mandates? I don't like those either. Like just most of the things. Most of the things. Hold on. Yeah, manacled. See, this is bad too. Like, where's this start with man? Manacled? Nope, we don't want that. Managers, no, don't want those. Management, no, don't want that either. Mannequins, nope, that's uncomfortable too. That's uncomfortable too. Mancala, that's okay. There's got to be an exception to a rule, and I guess Mancala is it. But I think it's because don't you pronounce it Moncala? I think that's the saving grace. That was my understanding anyway. Mandibles, yep, don't like that. That's uncomfortable. Manifesting? Manifesto? Like, they're, yeah, no. No. I like messy foods, but I like foods that soak into a bun or a roll. Oh, see, that's the thing. I don't like the wet bread. Just, yeah. It's one thing to like sop, sop your bread into something and eat it real quick, but like when it soaks in, like that, like you get like a pre-made sandwich that's got tomato on it, but the tomato's like just soaked into the bread and it's all like squished. No. Manners. We don't like manners. Manatees. Okay, we like manatees. There's the exception. Manatees. And Moncala. I think it's Moncala. Manipulates. Yes, we don't like that. We don't like manipulation. What else we got here? Manchester? I don't know. Somebody tell me. Do we like Manchester? There's a lot of Manchesters, I think. Mondal is it Mandala or Mondala? Again, I think the pronunciation actually saves it. Is it Mandala? Is it a mandala? Manicure? Well, okay, we could put manicure on the good list. Manicure and manatee. I think we're okay with those. You toast the bun so it doesn't get. Oh well, that's different. Then it's not soaking into the. Yeah. Mandalorians. Now, hit or miss. Mandalorians could go either way. Mantras, again, I think if it's Mon, that's a. What do I got? Mandarin's fine. So there's a third. So we've got manatee, manicure, mandarin. See, I don't pronounce it that way. Mango or mongo, either way, I'm not saying man, and maneuverability, not maneuverability. I'm looking for things that sound with the man. Mandatory things, we definitely don't like those. We definitely don't like mandatory things. That's uncomfortable. When it's mandatory, it's uncomfortable. What else? What else? A mandolin. I think mandolin goes in the acceptable category. Yeah. So we're up to what, 4 acceptable? Mandrakes, uncomfortable. A mandrill, what? Mandrill. I don't know that one. I've heard that before. I don't know what that is. Thankfully, it's not manga, it's manga, and that's fine. Mangoes are great. I love mangoes. Again, I think it's mantra and not mantra. At least that's my understanding. Manta rays are nice. Yes, we can do manta rays. That's 5 acceptable things that start with man. Don't make us uncomfortable. No, that's still mangrove. Yeah, that's fine. It's a different pronunciation. Manhandling, yeah, we don't like that. Manhattan. Only with the Muppets in it. Only with the Muppets in it. Manhole? Nope. Uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Back to being uncomfortable again. A manifold? No, yeah, I mean, that's just... It's fine, but I don't want to deal with it. Manipulation? Yeah, we don't like that. Said that one earlier. Just getting to it in the list. Manitoba? I don't know. I don't think I have an opinion there. A mandrill is an ape. Oh, interesting. Okay. Mayonnaise. Oh, I can't stand it. Makes me uncomfortable. It's just the, instead of calling it mayonnaise, I don't know, mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Definitely isn't spelled like it sounds. I mean, that mayonnaise makes me uncomfortable. Mayonnaise makes my stomach uncomfortable. If somebody sneaks mayonnaise in or sour cream into something I'm eating, I will know. My stomach will tell me. Yeah, that's how it sounds, Traylon. Mayonnaise. Manlyhood, yeah, uncomfortable. Manners? Nope. No. Uncomfortable. A manor? Nah. Manpower? No, uncomfortable. You come up with different names for them. Manscaping? There it is. Yeah. Didn't manslaughter? Definitely uncomfortable with manslaughter. Mansplainers? Yep, there's manspreaders. Yeah. No, we didn't need any of that. Mantle. Mantles are fine. How far are we going? 400? Yeah, mandarin oranges. Yeah, I mean, it's mandarin earlier, but yeah, a couple different things there. Ooh. Manticore, uncomfortable. A manual? Well, I mean, we all love a manual, right? So that one goes on the good list. 6. That's 6 on the good list. A manufacturer. No, we don't. That's uncomfortable. Manure. That's what it should be pronounced as. No, but it's not. It's manure. A manuscript. Oh. It's probably on the okay list. 7. Yeah, that looks about all the lists. All right. Hey, we've completed it. Mayo nasal spray? Oh, no. Oh, that's probably going to end up existing at some point. That's like ruin a food by adding a word. Well, I mean, it was already ruined because it was mayonnaise, but mayo nasal spray definitely does it. They're never going to rework Archon, so that isn't something you got to worry about. The Manticore ult will be bad forever. I mean, you gotta kind of understand it was created back when the game was in a different place, and back before Bud, it actually hit pretty solidly, but it just the game evolved and it did not evolve with the game. What are we up to? Oh, 30. Okay. All right, ticking them off. Yeah, if they were spelled that way and pronounced that way, it would explain why we're uncomfortable with them. Monosodium glutamate. No, that way we don't mind. No, I think we're fine with monosodium MSG. That's fine. Manual labor. We don't like that. We're comfortable with that. 32,000 gems out of 50,000. On our way to 50,000. Burning through these as quick as we can. So we'll get through the Underdark. The Underdark's got a number of adventures. Like this is we're only at 2 nodes. It kind of loops around and ends up over here, if I remember correctly. And then we have to go down and do the Vecna Arc. The Vecna Arc should be the last. Should always be the last thing you try to do in Sword Coast in terms of the storyline, because it came out after all the rest of the stuff, so it's more difficult. What? Managleer does not make us uncomfortable. That goes on. Managleer's name goes on the acceptable list. Is anyone else getting ads for a deodorant that is being sold specifically to streamers? It's got to be like the most niche audience of niche audience. Yeah, I don't understand that at all. I'm sitting in a climate controlled room. I don't. I understand some people, you know. Not so much. Some people don't have. Our air conditioning works well, or actually, it's a heater right now. It is a very steady temperature in here. I don't know. And I mean, who cares? I guess it wouldn't be a deodorant more as much as it would be an antiperspirant, right? So you don't get super sweaty. Yeah. No one's smelling you. Yeah, until they introduce smell-o-vision, which, you know, will probably happen at some point. Just so they can monetize your television and your viewing experience as much as possible. They won't even charge you for this. Like they'll send someone out to recharge your scent buckets. Like it would be like it's like in your printer cartridges, you'd have scent cartridges, and they send people out to recharge that for free because they make so much money off. Like, suddenly your house smells like French fries. I go get fast food, right? Like that kind of stuff. They would totally do that. They would totally do that. Yeah, but again, then it wouldn't be bizarre. Then it wouldn't be deodorant. It'd be an antiperspirant. Like it'd be like a, you know, they've got like sprays, like antiperspirant sprays, and you just spray them on like your hands, so your hands won't sweat when you're doing stuff. Well, technically, you can spray them all over, but. Wait, hold on. Black Widow. I didn't understand some streamers, like male streamers, pushing soap. Why not? Why would a company think a streamers community would think they would get behind buying soap? Why wouldn't they? I don't understand. I would promote soap. would promote. I would promote the hell out of soap, and I hope people will use the soap. I don't understand. Did I miss something? Was this a sarcasm? I don't know. Well, sure, but you don't have like a, so you what you're saying is to you don't have a preference to the soap you use. I don't. I don't know. Hold on. Here, you know what? You know what? Not have. I should not have. I should not have put a third option in, but I did anyway. Poll in chat. top of the chat, folks. Do you have a soap preference? We got like 2-3 minutes. I gave 3 options. Yeah, the third one is just silly, but please try to take it seriously. To me, yeah, man, I want a specific soap. But I can understand maybe some people don't, but I don't know. As long as it's not mayonnaise soap, yeah. Soap was a great TV show. Oh, good Lord. I hadn't remembered in a long time that there was a TV show named Soap. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the basic idea is you're more likely to pick up the one you've heard of before than just a random generic thing. Yeah, that's the whole point of advertising. That's advertising 101. Yes, at least one person did answer, what soap? Yeah, I knew somebody would do it. All right, so yeah, I mean, most of the people that answered the poll, we got like 70 people in here. 13 people answered the poll, and I'm one of them. But of the people who answered the poll, people, yeah, have a soap preference. What I felt like, most of the people I know have, like, there's a soap they use. Now, whether it's because they like it or they've just been using it forever and that's just what they got used to is 2 different things, right? Like, I've tried different soaps at different times, but like, I'm back on the old standard. I original Irish Spring. I like the smell. I do. Like, when I'm taking a shower, it's kind of an invigorating smell that wakes my butt up so that I don't have to, like, because usually it's like shower and then like, okay, I feel better, regardless of what time of the day it is. But yeah, recently I was out and my mom apparently only's ever used Ivory soap, and I was like, like bar soap. It was like the worst 2 weeks of my life trying to get through that giant ass Ivory soap bar. before going back to, because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna use the whole thing since I opened it. Yeah. But I mean, for a while I did liquid soaps like with the loofah, which no, that's fine. I don't mind loofahs. Just got to replace them pretty regularly. You prefer Irish summer? They have different. Here's the thing. I said original Irish spring because they have different scents now. I'm just like, just give me the original. No, Dr. Bronner's people. So I used Dr. Bronner's the peppermint for a long time with a loofah, right? Because I had found like a peppermint soap at one point. It was like pretty expensive peppermint soap. Back when I was in insurance, and I was like, right after insurance, I found it. I was like, I like this stuff, but it was just too pricey. And so then I found Dr. Bronner's, and I was like, similar smell. Like I like that peppermint. Like again, a zing, like kind of to wake you up in the shower. But it just wasn't the same. Like the other soap, like you could still kind of smell a bit of peppermint on you, and that one did not. I don't know. Just I ended up moving away from that. Didn't make me happy. I never wanted to be your weekend loofah. By Prince. Oh no. Good thing Prince never like gave into the super advertising jingles, because that probably would have happened. Like I did when I was in college, I was all about Bath and Body Works Vanilla Bean soap, like liquid soap. And I just like that smell. I like walking around and like, you know, if I happen to smell myself, oh, it smells like vanilla beans. Nice. Just made me happy. But eventually I stopped. Went to Irish Spring. How can we be loofahs if we can't be friends? How can we start our when the lizard never... Oh, now we've mixed it. We've crossed the streams. How can we be lizard if we can't be friends? Yeah, that's weird, but how can we be loofahs? I still liked the lizard went down to Georgia. We could have done a lot on that one. You don't get to say lizard a lot in that one, but I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. Right? Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, well, the lizard went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal, but you're not going to sue? And the lizard jumped up on a hickory stump and said, boy, let me tell you what. I mean, you get it. It's there. Now you're playing pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the lizard his due. I think it works. I think it works. Ellsbrook, Luke in Georgia, and the lizard deals the cards. Yeah, I think the lizard went down to Georgia. Could be fantastic. The problem is if I were to go in and make, like, if I were to figure out what audio software I need to make that, I'd want to make the whole song, and it's too long. We just play, like, I'd have to put it at like it would be one of those audio cues at a super high price or something, because then we just got to sit there and listen to the lizard went down to Georgia, like, and everyone's just gonna be sitting there going, what the hell are we listening to for like 3-4 minutes? Oh no, you could be my lizard baby and kiss away the. Oh no. That's a stalker song, and now you're making it lizard. Then we're going to the era of like Phil Collins. I can feel lizard coming in the air of the night. Wait, crazy. No. I would spend way too much time like creating lizard songs with like perfectly placed lizard. Yeah, I don't know that the meme is that big of a deal. Make an entire album of songs was like good. Yeah. See if anyone notices. I don't usually play songs with lyrics. If you haven't noticed, we always do the instrumental versions. What I do is when I do guide updates, when it's like co-working streams and I'm just updating guides and the game's just running, then I play the lyric songs, and yeah, that would be a thing. I'd end up getting DMCA'd though because of the song. Isn't it every lizard you take? Every lizard you take, I'll be watching you. You're crossing the reptiles, aren't you? I don't know. Time to fund a lizard album. I think it's, it's I don't even know what software I would use. I would have used, when I had the video editing software, you could use that to make audio stuff too. But I just have to find an audio software. There's probably some downloadable stuff. I mean, what would be funny is taking an entire album, like some band's full album, where every song has something that could be replaced with lizard, and you're just doing the lizard versions. Yeah. This is their lizard album. Instead of their live album. I don't know. That would be interesting. At least these folks in chat don't have reptile dysfunction. Yes. I'm surprised it took so long for that joke to come out. Wow. You wouldn't like me when I'm lizard. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always lizard. Oh no, once again. How do we ruin a movie? Make a lizard version of a movie. Oh no. It's lizard is the new Smurf. Like, lizard is the new Smurf. Yeah, where have all the good lizard gone, and where are all the lizard? Where's the streetwise lizard? Fight the rising up. I mean, we just, yeah. I mean, it could go just I need a lizard, yeah. But I mean, I would be tempted to put lizard in there way more. You got to find the right place. Yeah. Somebody Sora's. Rage against the lizard? No. Lizard against the machine. Lizard against the machine. Versus an arm, just your place. I mean, yeah, it works. I mean, you could definitely work it that way. Well, it's not total lizard of the heart if you're saying turnaround lizard. Like that's yeah. For now and then I get a little bit tired of lizard to the sound of my tears. Oh, that's a whole other way to do it too, is to put it somewhere where the word kind of blends in and you don't notice. Right? On a steel lizard I ride, wanted, dead or alive. And, like, I just want to see you dancing in the purple lizard. Purple lizard, purple lizard. Purple lizard, purple lizard. Jovi's singing debuts on Star's Christmas album? What? So it's actually John Bon Snowgy? Wait, no. Forever stuck with the Christmas joke. Still Bon Jovi. 37,000 gems now. How are we doing over here? So again, Mert is done. Vajra, yeah, we're good. Strons, we need coins, so it'll be going. Yeah, this will be going for a while. Zero's gonna be going for a while. Right. What do you get a Wookiee for Christmas when he already owns a comb? Is a song title? Okay, I don't remember this at all. I'm shocked because I got all the weird Christmas soundtracks when I was a kid. Bon Jovi's on that R2D2 song. Guilty feelings have got no lizard. We have brought up the Lizard of Oz multiple times, yes. Oh, wow. Christmas in the Stars. Okay.
For the princess, yes, children. What about Han Solo? Couldn't we get him here?
All right. No, but we've been doing a lot of. We're off to see the lizard, the wonderful Lizard of Oz. That's happened multiple times in chat. At least it did yesterday. Yeah, 400. I think with it, like if you were gonna make a lizard, where you were gonna make a lizard edit album, where you're just basically, you know, lizarding things out. I'd want to come up with a good funny name for it, like Me First and the Gimme Gimmes always has great album names. They just do covers. They're like, you know, punk covers. You got to come up with a really good name for the album. And then you just upload it to SoundCloud or something, right? And see what happens. So tomorrow, since we're coming up towards the end of the stream, tomorrow it will be the event. It will be, well, we'll have like an hour still at the start where the event starts. We'll unlock Anson. I have to do it on the main and this account. So the main account will probably be the primary focus tomorrow when we make the guide. And then, yeah, see what Anson looks like. On this account, we'll unlock Anson and Rust, and do like a deep favor run in the event. See what our new high water mark in terms of event pushing looks like, or at least get our first batch of favors, so we can ultimately, because we'll have to do a couple deep favor runs. But I think we have enough power now. We can do a 0 favor run on Anson's unlock, and then do our second run in Rust, maybe. We'll flex and we'll see who's we'll flex Rust and we'll see who has the better layout. Whoever has the better formation layout gets the second run. Okay. And then start working on their variants, right? Figuring out how far can we go now. Like that'll give us a good idea of like what's our pushing power with our best team, which should be over 1,000. Should be over 1,000. It depends on what the Area 50 boss looks like. Ultimately, where are we at now? Almost 39,000 gems. Look at this lizard graph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. Oh no. I'm Lizard La Vida Loca. Oh. Oh. Garlizard sounds like I'm a Pokemon. I mean, Idle Lizard of the Forgotten Realms was right there, but yeah, sure. Either way. Oh, Lizard, where art thou? With the name of a hidden lizard game, where you're just looking at this picture, but you got to find the lizard somewhere. Instead of where's Waldo, it's oh, Lizard, where art thou? Yeah, you got to remember, it just says lizard. It doesn't say lizards or anything like that. It's just lizard, lizard. I don't know that we can always replace the... Yeah, you can't worry about the number of syllables all the time. You got to just kind of find the right place to work in. Who's Lizard? Okay, here we go again. Fine. Where's it's basically, it's a Pixar thing. Hold on. Here.
Sometimes AI generated text.
No. Should be that. No, not sometimes AI generated text. Never. Never.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
This is right at the beginning of that.
Okay, slurpheads. So
That's all you gotta watch. So you gotta see just the beginning of that, and you'll get it. The rest of that you don't have to watch. Oh. No, sorry. I thought you were literally going, wait, what are we talking about right now? Which is fair. Inspector Lizard. Inspector Lizard. Lizards of Waverly Place. Oh no. The Lizard Gomez. Oh no. I watched that show back in the day, I remember. I used to watch a lot of I would put Disney on while I was playing MMOs because it was always pretty easy, lightweight. Like I could just look over and watch TV while like every now and then listen to it and not really get lost in plots or things. And it was always fairly positive. Agents of a Lizard. Jesus. Okay, but now what does Lizard stand for? Obviously the L stands for Lizard. But what's the rest? Lizards in zoos attacking random dogs? I don't know. That was my first attempt. Lizard mouse. I don't know. People have brought the lizard talk back to X Noodle. It was not me. It was not me. Still, I think yeah. I'm a lizard baby, so why don't you kill me? I still think. Yeah. I think you could put lizard in a lot of that song, though, but or you could not and just leave it. Yeah, we were talking about how, you know, it started. That's where it started. It started with Android, and I was like, "Is Android? Were they just trying to get? Because that's apparently the male version of Droid." And so then I was like, "Was it supposed to be Mandroid?" And people were like, "Well, that just makes me uncomfortable." And I'm like, "Well, most things that start with man do." We came up with a whole list of like manipulates and manscaping and mansplaining, manspreading, like just management, like manifestos. They all make us uncomfortable. And then it somehow went to lizard. Somehow it went to lizard. Lizard intervention, zealous adversarial reconnaissance directive. I mean that's got enough big words in it to make sense to me. Of course, that's what it's going to be. So yeah, robots to man. Oh, to soap. Yeah, we did hit soap for a second, but how do we get from soap to lizard? We did hit soap for a while. Oh no. Don't stop. Be lizard. Lizard-ing. Don't stop. Be lizard-ing. Around the lizard, around the lizard. Oh no. I think you just go, we're not gonna lizard. We're not like, I think you take out the whole take it and just leave lizard. You just make it lizard. The Madness of Zugdmoy. I'm only gonna go to 450. This will be the last one. Today. Use 2 of those. I'm gonna use 2 of those, but I gotta go make one. Oh, it's because it's... I see what's going on. That's right, because they got segmented hands. You got a lizard in me, or you got a friend in lizard. You got a lizard in me. I like that one. But... Don't worry, to beat lizard. Yeah. Go back through and doing every normal variant to get gems. I mean, that's, yeah. I mean, if you want to both complete content and prep stuff for patrons, then you just start doing, you know, you start with like the hard, you start doing and grinding all of the stuff, and because you're earning gems, like it's better than just stopping and gem farming. It really is. But for the purposes of this account, we're going to end up just going straight to gem farming so that I can AFK work on guides. Let the lizard hit the floor. Let the lizard hit the floor. Oh no. So you did a whole lot of lizard, but I immediately went to, I'm all out of lizard. I'm so lost without you. Oh, no. Been leaving for so long. Air supply? It's air supply, right? Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh no. Lizard red Corvette. I don't know. Little red lizard, but I know it doesn't work. But I would want it to be little red lizard. But... raspberry lizard. Oh no, that one might work. Hold on. For reasons, that one might work. Yeah, she wore a raspberry lizard. Kind you find in a secondhand store. Oh. But if it was warm, she wouldn't wear her much more. Oh, God. Raspberry lizard. Oh, no. This is just, this is bad. American lizard, stay away from me. American lizard, let me be. Oh no. That's me in the corner, that's me in the spotlight. Lizard, my religion. I mean, you could also do losing my lizard, but I think you have to actually start to try to make some of these and then see how it works and then figure out the exact right placement. Because it definitely does pay off better when it hits, like, and you're not expecting it, and then suddenly lizard. Oh, no, are you? That's Goo Goo Dolls. Iris, except, you know, lizard. Goo Goo Dolls lizard. We got the Christmas album, Silent Lizard, Holy Lizard. Right? Now, the real question, though, is would it be Jingle Lizard or Lizard Bells? Lizard bells, lizard all the way. I think it's got to be that. Just so you can, just for the lizard all the way line. Yeah. Just for lizard all the way. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lizard sleeps tonight. Does it? Doesn't? Maybe. Ah. Oh boy. All right. I'm gonna let this finish off stream because it's dinner time. 12 lizards of Christmas on the first lizard of Christmas. My true love gave to me. Oh no. Or you just make all the presents lizard. I don't know. Wow. Wow. Baby got lizard. Oh no. I like big lizard in a can. Or maybe not. I like big. All you other lizard can't deny. You could do all your other lizard, but like big lizard in a can. Be funny. All right, folks. I'm out of here. Thanks for hanging out. Tomorrow, I would love to say less lizard, but that's not necessarily true. No. Tomorrow's event day. Come hang out while we figure out Grandma got run over by a lizard. Oh no. Well, come figure out what Anson's like. Night, everybody.